for you, whatever it takes. Oh yeah, and so the back. I know you guys, doing us all a favor and helping us do what we ask, but those white bags, if you can just sit them beside the trash cans as opposed to actually putting them in them, when he takes trash out, the bags go in a different area than the actual loose trash, so that would be a huge help to us. Again, man, I really have to update my driver's meeting. This is so things have changed this summer a little bit. It's no longer a cycle shop. It's now an official full-time hobby shop and RC track. So with that being said, it is a retail store throughout the day. So when you guys come and go, if you can please try to keep the front of the store open for spectator and 9 to 5 customer parking, that would be great. And as far as parking goes, those of you who are here on a regular basis know we usually have things lined off and we're pretty tight on the parking, but obviously with this being the season finale and everything, we're a little looser on the situation, but you guys just do it right without us even telling you. So that means a lot to me, and I know Bob really enjoys watching you guys just pull in on your own and know where to park and doing the right thing. So we appreciate that. We're proud of our RC family for how you guys have come along over the years and doing it right. Language on the driver's stand, we've made a conscious effort to really focus in on that this year. 99.9% of you have responded very well, and we appreciate that. We're still working on that 0.1%, but we're going to get there. There is a little bit of a continuing problem that mostly surrounds me. Off the driver's stand, we got to watch that potty mouth as well. I'm a hypocrite. I'm telling you, I'm trying to work on it too. But like when we're in the pits telling stories or in the store, especially this race, there's kids everywhere. We want to try and keep it super family friendly. And the one thing that gets me in the most trouble. So those of us who like to spectate from down here by the corner of the chain link fence, right by the video booth that has the live mic going to the world, just remember when you're standing there and you're talking bad about Ryan because he stared at you in the driver's meeting and just, looked into your soul, the whole world's hearing that story. So you got to be careful what you say, especially in that area. And potty mouth, there's a big deal too. One of the other big things that we've worked on, obviously I say it all the time, Crystal worked really hard to get the commercial playset put in over there. We've had all kinds of parental control over there this summer. You guys are always watching the kids. It really means a lot to us to have that be, again, family friendly and kid safe. It's a big deal, so keep doing what you've been doing there. I'm super anal about the parking lot and the stones. I don't want to see RC cars driving through the parking lot. We got this track to race on. You got the dirt oval to go test and tune whatever you want. If that still doesn't suit you, go out in the back 40 in the grass somewhere. Don't be tearing up my stones. Like I said, you can test on the dirt oval. That's open to use. If you do get dirty and want to clean up your cars or your tires or whatever, there's a wash station on the far side of the track. It's got a wash table and air hoses and whatnot over there. You're more than welcome to use that. Uncle Harry's here serving up burgers. He's got one of the best breakfast sandwiches you'll ever eat. And he doesn't serve those all morning, so I know because he usually quits right before I get over there to get one. But support him. We will also have the taco truck donut guy coming this evening. So after Harry's served us all afternoon, Leo's coming with the taco truck. He'll be set up here this evening, and we'll be able to hang out. We'll probably have the campfire going again, and maybe not cornhole, but we'll have the s'more table out and some similar things going on to what we had last night. So if we do 3 6-minute rounds, even taking our time, giving the ladies a couple extra half hours to do the trick-or-treating and stuff, we should still be done between 5 and 6 o'clock. So it'll be a nice, easy day for us. We'll be able to get done in time. Everybody should get to eat. You can wrench on your stuff and hang out with your buddies and still get to bed at a decent hour. Before anybody asks, as far as what time we're going to start tomorrow, that will depend on the timetable that we manufacture after the mains are set up. So like I said, we're going to get done early, so give us a half an hour, 45 minutes to get the main set up and posted, and then at that time we will announce what the start time will be tomorrow morning. If you force me into a guess, I'm going to say roughly around 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning will be the start of the mains, but that is a guess at this point. I did say we're doing 3 6-minute rounds. It will be based on call points. As a driver and participant, you are responsible to check your transponder number on the printed heat sheets down here on the side of the steps to the driver's stand. If there is a discrepancy and you do need to change your class, your name, and or your transponder, you need to write it down, your name, the class you need to be in, and the correct transponder number in writing, and hand it to one of the 2 race directors. Also, we are live on FM 107.9 for those of you that have radios in your trailers or out back with an FM radio. You can tune into that. I do actually have it turned on this time. Cones and stones. So, again, this is old hat for most of you, but the stones here in the podium grass are numbered 1 through 13. The number beside your name in the heat sheet corresponds to the number in which you will stand on to be the order in which you enter the driver's stand. That also will correspond to the cone numbers on the track because we are enforcing cone numbers. So we do have a little bit of an issue with a couple of the heats that certain classes had 15, 16, 17 entries, which that's great, but we got to divide it into 2 heats. So that makes 2 short entry heats that we're going to need a little coverage for. And those of you who are regulars here, you know we always lean on our friends in turn 2. And they do a lot for us. I would really like it if you guys could all step up a little bit and do a couple volunteer jobs so that turn 2 doesn't have to marshal every other race. I'd be really proud of you for that. As far as marshaling goes, we do the standard hands in the air if the tires are moving. You do not have to touch the car until the tires stop moving. I don't care if it's a 2-wheel slash or a nitro truggy. That rule applies to everything. And as a driver, it's your responsibility to make those tires stop turning. If you have a problem with that, well, come see me. I'll help you work on your car till we get it figured out that you can make that happen. That is for the safety of everyone. So, regulars here, you know we always lean on our friends in turn. Guys, if you get stuck marshaling an 8-scale race and you're kind of scared a little bit, you don't know how to pick up the cars. The safest thing is always grab it by the wing. The wing will never hurt you. Okay, you won't accidentally shut the car off, you won't get burnt by the pipe, you won't get hit by a tire. You can always grab it by the wing and flip it over and be safe. No reverse during racing. That's a standard rule across RC car racing everywhere you go. If the race director catches you using reverse, I'm sure he'll call you out, and the second or third time you do it, you might lose a lap. Smoking rules, very strict about this. No lit cigarettes past the first step to the exit of the ramp and on the pit road between the 2 white stripes. If you're caught in that area with a lit cigarette, you and or who you're representing will be immediately disqualified from the entire event. Cell phones and smoking while marshaling, we don't have a hard rule on it. It's just karma, so you do what you would want them to do to you. Rough driving, this is something that we've really been struggling with later this season. It's hard. Those of you who have actually called a race, you'll understand. Those of you who haven't, trust me, it's not easy. So when you're in this little booth for race after race after race, you try and do the best you can to call somebody out for hitting somebody else, and 2 turns later you make them pull over and give it back. That's the gentleman's rule. That's how we operate across the world in RC car racing. Sometimes it's not seen, and somebody doesn't get called out, and we're going to try and be, super intentional in calling that out. If you guys can help us, listen, if you hit them, whether you tried to or not, you did it. Just pull over and give it back to them. Let's try and work on that as a group. It would really help us across the board. Once again, no open-toed shoes on the racetrack. Oh, another thing we've been really working on this summer. So the new pit road has, I call them stalls, like it's divided up with the little boards on the pit road wall. The pit man belongs directly below the driver. So technically, pit guys might as well not even enter pit road until after the drivers enter the driver's stand. So again, if Ryan's here and I'm here and Krista's there, so we're 1, 2, 3. Well, our pit guys need to be 1, 2, 3 down below us. I get it. You always like your pit guy to be at the end, but well, if that's the case, then you got to pick the end spot on the top of the driver's stand. I know it's ridiculous to some of you, but in the end, it's a very good habit to get into, and we're really working hard to try and reinforce that and have you guys see the value of it. So I won't really be harping on it today, but come main time tomorrow, we try and crack down on it. No one's going to use the handicap bump out this weekend. Stools on the driver's stand. We do have a white line painted up here. If you're on a stool, 2 things. If your waistband is above this top rail, you'll be asked to get off the stool. And if we cannot see white paint between the front of whatever you're standing on and the rail, we'll ask you to scooch back. That way the guys beside you aren't staring at the back of your radio. We already talked about potty mouth. One rule about the potty mouth thing. So if we catch you and we walk up behind you and give you the tappy tap, that's your one warning you're going to get. The second time, you're going to be asked to leave the stand. And if it happens another heat, you're going to be asked to leave the event. Okay, so we're really trying to crack down on that. It seemingly has been working very well, so super happy about that. Direction of flow, obviously up the steps, down the ramp. We are doing call points. As far as the way we start the qualifiers, electric cars, you'll leave pit road in the wrong direction, which means as soon as you exit pit road, your car will check in. When the last car checks, the next car to cross the line will be going live. So technically, you're going to get one warm-up lap. Nitro cars, you'll leave pit road in the correct direction, and when the last car checks, you'll go live. So technically, nitro cars get 2 warm-up laps. We're running 6-minute qualifiers, so if you're that guy that's got to get that last splash of fuel before your 6-minute clock starts, you got 1 shot. If you come in on that second lap, you're going to be on your clock when you make that final pit stop. So make sure you're paying attention and get out early so that you can get in and make your pit stop on that first lap. If anybody has any questions about how that all works, you can see me in person and I'll explain it to you more in detail. Main starts, pretty traditional. We'll go out, get on the grid for electric cars. You'll go on the tone. Nitro guys, same as always. We'll check you with the flag. Flag goes up, clean them out. Flag goes down. We're going on the computer tone. I got to thank the crew, everyone from my wife, my father-in-law, my boys, Shane and the Turn 2 crew, boys in the booth. I mean, everybody does a great job, and that's what really makes this place what it is. And then all you guys coming out. I mean, even on the Halloween race, last race of the year with the weather and stuff, really makes us proud to call this home and have you guys here supporting us. Be nice to your neighbor. If you see somebody struggling, again, this is the Halloween race. There's a lot of novice and newbie people here. So if you see the guy next to you or on the warm-up table or something, they're having a little struggle and you know what's up, offer them a hand. Help them out a little bit. Makes the world a better place. So other than that, if anybody have any questions about the event or the race, no? I'm going to turn it over to my wife. She's going to give you the rundown on the Halloween race stuff, and then we're going to end the driver's meeting with the national anthem, and we'll get this thing started.
Okay, so as far as the kids' activities, we will kick off the kids' stuff at noon. The first event will be a clue hunt that you can obtain your first clue in the hobby shop at noon. You can't get it before that. There is an award for the kid that completes the clue hunt first, so if you're interested in winning the prize, try to be there right at noon. We're going to do the trick-or-treating between the second and third rounds, so we'll stop everything between the second and third rounds so that all the guys can be at your pit tables to give candy to the kids, and then we just kind of do a parade. We'll get all the kids together and go through the whole facility. If you have candy that you want to give out, just try to be out where we can see you when we're coming through. I don't want to make anybody feel bad that doesn't have candy, so don't make me go into your tent hey, what do you got for the kids, and take glow plugs or something. So if you got candy, put it out on the edge. The other events that we have is we're going to do hay rides. I will start hay rides probably right around 1 o'clock. We do several, and I will continue to do hay rides till all the kids get to participate in that. We go out into the woods here behind the facility, and then we do a parade around. I try to keep the hay rides between like 6 and 8 kids. I don't want it to be a ton of kids because of the games we play after that. So if you miss one hayride, don't worry. We'll just keep going until everybody does that. We'll go round and round on that. And if you guys have any other questions about those things, just let me know in the hobby shop. The other thing that we have is a scavenger hunt. I may do the scavenger hunt between the first and second rounds. So the kids will each get a list of things that they're looking for. Some of those items are RC items. So if the kids come over and like, hey, do you have a nut or a screw or something like that? Just participate with them. It's trying to get the kids to be, come up to you as racers and interact with you. So I appreciate you guys helping with that. And if you have any questions on that, just let me know.
All right. Everybody got the Halloween events dialed in? All right. If everybody would please rise, gentlemen, remove your hats. National anthem. So, first heat, come on up. That last heat of expert e-buggy, you guys should be making your way out to the track to Marshall. It is 8:49, so we've got a couple minutes yet. But, should be making our way out.
Ricky Mazzanti. Brady McCune. Chance Swartz. Brady McCune. Chance Swartz. And Marksaki. Cooper Marksaki.
All right, out to Marshall there. We need our race 15 expert electric guys. That's Colton, James Henry, Greg Harmer, Paul Cork, Kyle Lloyd, Brett Butter, EMAC, Alex Burns, and Urza Cork. I just want to harp on the cone number thing one more time here this morning. There is a cone map posted right next to the heat sheets. So when you walk up to that heat sheet and you look what car number you are, that's the stone you stand on, that's the cone you go to. It's real simple, it's real easy, and it's important that you go to the right cone, because if you don't, then I can't enforce anything at all. Need cone 4 covered, so that should be Paul Corrick in the back right. That's a good point, Paul. That's a good point. You are driving in this. Colton, your front right there, you're getting there. All right, can somebody cover for Paul then? Can somebody cover for Paul? Need one volunteer to cover for Paul since he is in this race as well. All right, thank you, Shane. And then that'll be cone 4 there in the back. Driver's track's open.
Paul Corrick, Matt Adams, Dennis Brew, Kenny Jeffries, Patrick Colligan, Steve Sashik, Mark Broderick, Matt Adams' son.
Got a check-in from everybody except for Ricky. Drivers, next time you hit that line, your 6-minute qualifier will begin. Okay, everybody is on the clock here. Give you a couple laps before we start looking at the order. Ezra, did you know that you went to the wrong cone? Yeah, and I couldn't call him out for it either because it was covered. That's what I'm saying. Gotta go to the right cones. I'll give you one guess who it was. All right, couple laps in for most of you. Matt Adams is out front. Dennis Brew about 4 seconds back from him, and he's followed closely by Kenny and Chance. Just a couple tenths between those three. And a gap back to Ricky, then Patrick and Matt Adams' son, then Steve, Paul, and Mark, and Brady, Ed, and Cooper. We got a chance losing a wheel nut there. Good thing we got 3 rounds today. All right, we are almost 5 minutes into this one, just a little over a minute left to go. We got 4 laps in the books, even 5 for a couple of your leaders. Dennis Brew now out front. Dennis about 4 seconds up on Matt Adams. Then a big old gap back to Kenny. A small gap to Steve, small gap to Ricky. And Matt Adams' son and Patrick less than a second apart. And Mark, Brady, Cooper, and Ed. Ooh, Dennis and Matt, your top 2, less than a tenth apart now. Kenny just dropped the hot lap of the race of 46.9. He's 12 seconds back from those top 2, but he's putting in work now. Drivers, you heard that tone, but you know to keep going until your name is called. Keep going until your name is called. Kenny, you are done, a 7 and 06. Ricky, you are done, a 7 and 26. Steve, you're done, a 7 and 16. Mark Broderick, a 6 and 08. Matt Adams' son, a 6 and 37. Brady McCune, a 6 and 31. Cooper, a 5 and 18. Matt Adams, an 8 and 39. Dennis Brew, an 8 and 41. 2 cars live, 2 cars live. Patrick and Ed still live. Ed, you are done, a 5 and 49.
drivers are
And
finished.
Patrick, you are done, a 7 and 56.
The race is completed.
Everybody is done. Matt Adams going to take round number 1 at an 8 and 39. Dennis Brew just 1.3 back from him. And Kenny laying down the heater of the race, only one into the 46s. And Steve, Ricky, Matt Adams' son, Patrick, Mark, Brady, Cooper, Ed. Race number 2, 8 scale novice, come on up. Matt Adams' son is back to back, which would leave cone 9 open. So, Patrick, can you take cone 9? I thought there was one more. You go to
Matt Adams' son.
as well. You're 13. There's not 13 cones, so if you see an open one, take it. Otherwise, you're lucky. All right, looks like they are fanning out across here. Driver's track's open. Go ahead and get them checked in.
Panda. Jonathan Willow. Braden Benner. Ryland Burer. Chantel Heil. Joe Johnston. Chris Nornold. Cooper Taylor. Richard Willow. Frank Henry Sr. Shylin Heil. Colton Bassler.
Okay, we are all checked in. Drivers, that means the next time you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. Caution at the big double. Steve's a brave man. All clear. Ooh, watch on the back side there. Matt Adams making his way across. Well done. Well played. Got one in between the doubles in the back, and nobody's coming. Nobody's coming. Got all the time in the world and all clear. All right, lap twos are rolling in here. Even lap threes for a couple of the leaders. Braden Benner out front in this one on 8 and 25. Coming up next will be the first of two heats for 40 plus E buggy. Race number 3 up next. So Braden out front. Panda in the 2 spot, about 11 seconds back. Rylan in the 3 spot. Then Nornold in the 4. Matt Adams' son is 5th. Then Cooper, Rich, Chantel, Colton, Jonathan, Shylin, Joe, and Frank. Minute and a half left to go in this one. Braden's lead down to 7 seconds. Panda closing the gap a little bit. Braden's lead going to get back up to 11 seconds here. Panda losing a little bit of ground last time by. Rylan sitting comfortably in the 3 spot still. You heard that tone, drivers. Keep going until your name is called. Rylan Fear, you are done, a 7 and 04. Caution at the step off. We got 3 upside down, 4, now just 1. And all clear. Cooper, you are done, a 6 and 13. Shylin, you're done, a 5 and 08. Rich Willow, you're done, a 6 and 13. Chris Nornold, a 7 and 20. Braden, an 8 and 36. Panda, an 8 and 39. That got pretty close at the end. Chantel, a 6 and 39. Jonathan, a 5 and 11. Colton, a 6 and 12. Matt Adams' son, a 7 and 33. 2 cars live. Joe, you're done, a 5 and 39. You had a 2-minute lap in there. Let me know if that really happened or not. And then 1 car live, 1 car live.
All drivers are
And
finished.
Frank, you are done with a 4
The race
and
is completed.
25. All right, so Braden Benner going to TQ round 1 of novice, just a little bit up over Panda. And Rylan, Chris, Matt, Colton, Rich, Cooper, Chantel, Shylin, Jonathan, Joe, and Frank. Race number 3, heat 1 of 2 for 40 plus. They are making their way onto the stand.
Tim Voss.
Cone 4 in the back is open. That should be Jonathan Willow. Cone 4 in the back should be Jonathan Willow. Cone 9 in the front left should be Rich Willow. And then Braden as the number 12 car. Take whatever's open. All right, drivers, track's open.
Gordon Miller, Don Hillard, Joe DiGirolamo, Steve Sashik, Dennis Brew, Patrick Colligan.
Yeah, fix that trim just a little bit. You don't want to be turning that far right down the straightaway. Got them all checked, drivers. When you hit the line, your 6 minutes begins. Lap 2 is rolling in here. Just Don out front, about a second and a half up on Dennis. Another 1.3 back to Gordon and 0.4 back to Steve. And it's a little bit of a gap to Tim and Joe, and then Patrick. Don laying down the hot lap, 44.8. That's the fun part about the 40-plus class, is after all these years, I finally get to announce that Don ran the hot lap. Halfway through, drivers, halfway through, 3 down and 3 to go. Don, Steve, Gordon, Dennis, Tim, and Joe on 8s, Patrick on a 7. Minute and a half left in this one. 5 laps in for your leaders. Don out front, 4.5 up on Steve into the 2 spot. And Gordon, Tim, Joe, and Dennis all on 8s and staying just about 3 or 4 seconds between each of them. Watching the back, watching the back. Nobody's coming. Coming up next, race number 4 will be the second heat of 40 plus, and I will need 3 volunteer marshals to get that one going. Luke behind you. Drivers keep it going till your name is called. Don, you are the first one done in 8 and 07. Steve, you are done in 8 and 21. Gordon, you are done in 8 and 28. Tim, you are done 8 and 36. Patrick, you are done 7 and 22. Joe, you are done 8 and 45.
All drivers
And
are
Dennis,
finished.
you are done 8 and 39. That
The race
is
is
a race.
completed.
Don gonna set the time to beat in the first of 2 heats for 40 plus at an 8 and 07. And Steve, Gordon, Tim, Dennis, and Joe on 8s as well. Patrick on a 7. Need you back out to Marshall, and I will need 3 volunteers to get this going.
All right, let's get a good idea of what the marshals are looking at.
Larry Commissar.
Don't hit the track, whoever that was. Larry. All right, guys. All right. Hit the track while, get them checked in. Marshals work themselves into position.
Mike Reed.
Thank you to the volunteers out there. I see just about every cone is getting filled,
Mac
which means
Messer.
I got more than we asked for,
Randy Heil.
which is great.
Toby Hampson. Brent Morgan.
Okay, got checking for everybody except Frank, but I see his car and I see him. He was working his way back on the stand, so that's perfect.
Frank Henry.
All right. We'll be going live with the next car to the line. Hey, Zach. Can I have you go to the other cone? Yeah, we'll settle that up. Once you guys cross the line, your time clock will start. All right, guys, a minute 50 down. We got a couple coming across for their second laps. So we're going to have Larry leading us out on an 8 and 6:03. Good enough to reset the TQ. Randy Heil on an 8 and 07.10. So he's going to also be better than the old TQ by just 800. So your top two looking to reset it. You then got Frank Henry in the number 3. He's coming across for his second lap now, so we'll figure out his pace. Looks like that's going to drop down to an 8 and 10. Was an 8 and 14 on the last one. Starting to catch up to your leader. So your top 3 keeping it nice and close together. You then got Toby in the number 4. And then Mike Green in the number 5. All of them on 8s. And then Brent and Mac on low 7s. And it looks like C pops on the track, just not on the computer. Now it's counting. Paul, just come see me after the race just to verify a thing. Keep going, though. It's good now. 3:10 down, 2:50 left. Just over halfway. Up next will be race number 5, 1/8 scale electric truggy heat. 1 of 1. Four down, 2 left to go. Larry's still leading him out on new TQ pace, 8 and 05. Randy going to drop back a little bit, back to an 8 and 14. He's got Frank Henry right behind him, followed by Mike Green. Your top 4, the only ones on 8s. Toby going to drop down to a 7 and 01. Going to try and work his way back onto an 8. He's got a minute and a half to do so. Mesner and Brent not too far behind him. And then you got Paul rounding out the field. Hot lap going to go to Larry's 44.6 on the opener. So far, the only 44 in the race. Just over a minute left to go. Start doing some asking now. I have 8 in the race currently on the track. I'm going to need 2 volunteers. 2 will get the race going. So if you want to earn some RC Karma in the next one, I'd appreciate it. All right, drivers, that was the tone. Keep going until your name gets called. Larry, you're the first one done with an 8 and 06. Going to reset the TQ. Toby, you're done with a 7 and 04.4. Keep that in mind. Mac Mesner, you were done with a 7 and 01. Brent, you're done with a 7 and 09. Randy, done with an 8 and 14. I got 2 cars still alive. I got 1 car still alive, guys. And don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. That yellow car on the left side is still alive. Got around just in time for that 8th lap. All right, last card now coming through the mini sweeper and across the line. Frank Henry, you will finish out with an 8 and 31. Everybody is done. Larry going to take that and reset the TQ. Randy going to take the 2 in the race. Frank 3. Reem the 4 and Mesner the 5. Then Toby, Brent, and Paul. Need all of you guys back on out there. Any helpers that want to do some helping, appreciate it.
Colin Morse.
It's nice and cold out there at least, so you're not going to be sweating too much. And I'm going to need all the cones filled because I got a full field of E-Truck coming up onto the stand.
Steve Sashuk.
See, I got cone 9 open, which was no one. And then cone 10 as well. I need some help on the left side. It's a full field. I definitely need those cones filled before anything can happen. See, someone's got me covered. All right, guys. Hit the track. Get them checked in.
Shane Locks. Chance Swartz.
Thank you,
Matt
guys.
Adams. Ryan Lutz. Rob Caruso. Rodney Heil. David Harvey. Quentin Bartow. Dale Stiddinger. Zach Loop.
I got a check-in from Butter, but I got a check-in from Butter in the last race, so his car was just probably close to the line. He should be good. We'll be going live off the next car to the line, which coincidentally is looking to be Brett. It looks like that's going to hold true. All right, guys, once you cross that line, your time clock will start. It's a full field of 14. If you can separate, it might not be a bad idea. 1:45 down, 4:15 to go. Bunch of people getting their second laps in. We got Lutz currently out front, 9 and 28 is the pace. Brett Butter, the number 2, about a second and a half back. He's going to share a pace with Harvey, though. So 2 and 3, less than a thousandth apart. You then got Colin Morrison, the number 4, Caruso in the number 5. He's got Laux, Adams, and Bardo right behind him, all of them on 8-lap paces. In fact, it looks like the majority of the field is on 8s. So let's just go through the order. It's going to be Lutz, Harvey, Butter, Morse, Caruso, Laux, Matt Adams, Bardo, Brew, Sachuk, Luke, Heil, Steininger, and Swartz. Got just under 3 seconds between your top 3. And then it looks like about 5 seconds between 4 through 8. So we got a couple close battles going on right now. We're about 2:45 down, 3:15 left, just about halfway. Hot lap, going to go to Lutz's 42.7 last time he crossed. It's coming around again. Let's see if he can beat it while I'm talking about him. Not quite, 43.3. Four down, 2 to go, and Brett's sending it over the triple. Trying to do whatever he can to catch on up to Lutz. Lutz building up a second gap to Butter. Your top 2 are on 9s. Harvey going to drop down to an 8. Going to be flirting with that 9-lap pace, though he's only 8/10 off of it as he runs his personal best last time around, 43.3. On a little bit of a recovery, mentioned had a 51 a couple laps ago. Doing a pretty good job so far. Morse and Laux right behind him. Only 2 seconds back from Harvey. So your top 5 keeping it a little close. Caruso then in the number 6. Rounding out a 4-way battle for the number 6 spot. He's got Matt Adams, Bardo, and Dennis Brew all right behind him. About 3 seconds separates the 4 of them. Then you got Sachuk and Luke swapping back and forth between 10th and 11th. Rodney Heil getting in the mix there as well. And then Dale and Chance hopping on that 8-lap pace. So now officially everyone on an 8-lap pace or better in this one. 45 seconds to go, guys. 45 seconds to go. Up next will be race number 6, 40-plus Nitro Buggy. Heat 1 of 1. I got to get out of that habit. Also, 42.9 from Brett 2 laps ago. So now we got 2 people in 42s. And he's still sending on that triple and was making up ground to Lutz on the track. Then he found a wall, but no marshal needed. Not much time lost. All right, guys, keep going till your name gets called. Shane, you're down with an 8 and 04. Harvey down with an 8 and 6 flat .2. Ooh. Caruso down with an 8 and 6 11.1. Matt Adams with an 8 and 12. Dale down with a 7 and 02. Dennis Brew with an 8 and 10. Bardo 8 and 13. Lutz 9 and 29. Butter 9 and 35. Rodney 8 and 22. got, I believe it's going to be 3 cars still out there. We got Swartz, I believe. No, that was Saychuk. And Swartz coming across the finish out. Looks like Zach going to drop out early. And Moore sneaking onto that 9-lap pace at the very end is going to secure the 3 spot. And that is a race. So Lutt's going to take that one in round number 1. Butter going to take the 2. Morse the 3. Harvey the 4. And Laux the 5. Since there's only one heat of that, that is your top 5 for the round. Up next is race number 6, 40 plus Nitro Buggy.
Kevin Mummon.
Gavin, you just helping to help? Ah, you're covering for him. Thank you. I had 14 in the last race. There's only 11 cones. So I'm going to ask that if you're Zach, Caruso, or
Will Walker. Randy
who's
High.
12. Oh, Lutz was 12. If you're 12, 13, or 14 car number, I'll take you in the next race. Which works out, because I see one of those few is pitting, so that works for him. All right, drivers, hit the track a while. I'll find my remaining marshals.
Rob Caruso.
Hit the track. Track good. Green, light, flag, everything. I'll find the remainders. Who am I missing? Looks like it's going to be cones 7 and 8, which belong to Steve Saychuk in the back left, Dennis Brew in the back left. Oh, and 3, thank you for that, Shane. 3 was Brett Butter. Guys, if you need a top off, be sure to do it on this lap. If you need a top off, do it on this lap. Again, cone 7 in the back left. Saychuk. Cone 3 in the middle by the step on, step off. That should be Brett Butter.
Josh Andrews. Carlos Cruz. Mike Reed.
Brett, yo Kyle a hug and some more advice. He's covering for you. Thank you, Kyle.
Toby Hampson. Larry Commissar.
Got a check-in from everybody. We'll be going live off the next car to the line. All right, guys, once you cross the line, your time clock will start. All right, folks, we're about 2 down and 4 to go, a third of the way through. And we got about half the field for second laps in, so let's start going over the order. You got Larry out front, currently on 8 and 0-1, flirting with that 9 lapper. He's got Will Walker, who looks to be on a little bit of a long lap. Was sitting second. Field's close, though. Is going to drop him down to 8th. That'll put Brian into the number 2 now, 8 and 21. Heil, number 3, 8 and 26. Toby, 8 and 30. And Kevin, 8 and 32, rounding out your top 5. You got Andrews only 3/10 back from Kevin, who's got 7/10 up on Reem, who's got 5/10 up on Will, who has a second up on Rob, who's then got a second and a half up on Carlos. The gaps between each driver right now is still very close. One little bobble, and the next thing you know, you drop a couple spots. Just emphasizes the point of be consistent. It wins. Now we're just over halfway through. Up next will be race number 7 with 8-scale Nitro Truggy. .140 to go, 140 to go. Kevin making some moves up into the number 2 spot. He's got 14 seconds to catch up to Larry. Larry is still flirting with that 9 lap pace. Still on an 8 and 0-1. Been very consistent. Holds the hot lap of a 44.7. So far, the only one to go sub 45. I do have a 45 for someone else in this race. And like I said, one mistake and you drop 5 spots. So Randy now in the number 2, Brian in the number 3. He's going to share a pace with Josh in 8 and 29. So Brian and Josh keeping it nice and interesting for the 3rd spot. Reem then hanging out in the number 5. He's only got 7/10 up on Will, 4/10 up on Kevin. And then you got Caruso and Carlos and Toby. Everyone on 8s at the moment. 50 seconds to go. Again, up next going to be race number 7. 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy. All right, drivers, that was the tone. Keep going till your name gets called. Larry, you are done with an 8 and 0-1. Last lap, fast lap, 44.71. So far, you're the only one done. Everybody else is still driving and live. Brian, you're done 8 and 24.6. Randy, you're done with an 8 and 24.0. Crusoe done with an 8 and 34. 4 cars done, 6 cars still alive. A couple getting onto an 8 lap pace at the very end. So don't go anywhere. They're everywhere on the track. Carlos, you're down with an 8 and 43.5. Reem, you're down with an 8 and 37. Kevin, you're down with an 8 and 30. Andrew's down with an 8 and 38. 2 cars still alive, working their way through the right-hand side. It's going to be Will and Toby. Will going to come across, finishing out with an 8 and 40. And Toby going to
All drivers are finished.
come through pit road to finish out with an 8 and
The
49.
race is completed.
And that is a race. So Larry going to take the win and the round. Randy going to take the 2, Brian the 3, Kevin the 4, and Caruso the 5. Top 5 for the race. And for round number 1, race number 7, come on up. I'll need everyone from the last one back on up there. Remember, drivers, go to your assigned cones, and we'll be all good with the number of drivers we had in the last
Zach
one.
Luke. Cody Sainer. Dale Stiddinger. Brett Butler.
Hey, go back in. No laps, no
Jared
laps.
Dockery.
All right, guys, hit the track a while now. Now you can get warmed up, get them checked in. I'll find my remaining marshals. Carlos, I need you over at cone 10 on the left side. Cone 10. Then let's see, 7 and 8 are open. That belongs to Randy Heil and Toby Hampson. I see someone's covering Randy. See someone's getting Toby. I think that even might be Toby. So we'll be all good. Like what I'm seeing. So if you guys need to top them off, be sure to do it on this lap. Again, guys, if you need to top them off, do it on this one. It's a 6-minute qualifier. It's not the traditional 5. It's about an extra 2 laps.
Matt Cataldo.
So I want to help out at pit road a little bit. Thank you, sir. All right, check-ins from everybody. That's good.
Mike Brunari.
Next car to the line will be the first one live, and it's looking like a Brent Butler. Once you guys cross that line, your time clock will start. If you need to space them out, be sure to do it before you cross that line. There is 11 of you. 150 down, 4:10 to go. Just about a third in. You got Brett and Cataldo, your top two, the only ones on 9-lap paces. You then got a Cody Sainer in the 3 on an 8 and 03 looking to get on that 9-lapper. He's followed closely behind by Fernari, Rodney, Zach, all the way back to 6th place. Then you got Dockery, Cruz, Tony, Dawson, and Dale rounding out the rest of the field. Everybody else is on 8-lap paces. Top two again on 9s, and their hot laps are both 43s. All right, going to have a 43-1. Cataldo, 43-3. Next hot is going to be a 44 from Cody, and then 45s and 6s from the rest of the field. .340 down, 220 left. Cataldo going to hop off of that 9-lap pace down to an 8:01. Couple 46s last time he crossed, so he's going to be on a little bit of a recovery mission. Meanwhile, Brett Butter still hanging on to that 9-lap pace. He's got about a 6-second gap to number 2. Then you got Fernari making some moves. Last lap personal best 44.7 puts him up into the number 3. Sander going to drop down to the number 4. Then you got Ronnie and Cruz, both of them on 8 and 15s. Less than 200ths between them, or 2/10, about 200ths. Then you got Tony O'Boy in the number 7. He's only about 3/10 back from that battle. Dockery's going to get between him and Cruz, though, make it even closer. Then you got Luke and Samoji, 8/10 between those two for the number 9. And then Steininger hanging out in the 11, not too far back from them. He's lying and wait for one of them to make that mistake. Minute and 20 left to go. Up next will be race number 8. Heat 1 of 3 for Expert 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy. Seconds to go. And Sainer trying to put in some at the very end. 43.9 last time around. He's going to get around for, should be one more after this lap. See what he can do to work his way back up into the top 3 perhaps. 3, a 2, and a 1. That was time. Keep going till I call your name, drivers. Next time I say your name, I'll also give you a pace. Fernari down with an 8 and 04. Sainer down with an 8 and 06.0. Rodney Heil down with an 8 and 13. Samoji down with an 8 and 21. Tony down with an 8 and 13.4. Cruz down with an 8 and 06. Brett down with a 9 and 36. That should be the TQ. Jared Docker, you're down with an 8 and 15. Got 2, 3 cars still alive. I'm waiting on a Cataldo, a Luke, and a Steidinger. Everyone else concluded already. Cataldo down with the 9 and 40, and I believe it's going to be the last car still on the right-hand side. Steidinger down the step downs. Going to finish out with an 8 and 42, and that is going to be a race, guys.
The race is completed.
So Brett Butter going to take the win and the round. Cataldo going to take the 2, Fernari the 3, Sainer the 4, and Cruz the 5. Rounding out the top 5 in that race and the round. Up next is going to be race number 8, Expert Nitro Buggy, heat 1 of 3.
Alex Burns.
All right, guys, hit the track a while. Hit the track, get them checked in and warmed up.
Jason Schreffler.
Run away somewhere. Just keep it to the ground. Keep it to the ground. Just hold it to the ground. Plug the exhaust with something. Okay. Well, I don't think it blew up. So that's good. Everyone else, if you need to top off, do it on this lap. That was scary.
Justin Drinks. Gavin Nibble. Kyle Lloyd.
So, I'll be going live off of the Schreff with whoever's going to be out on the track at the same time.
Henry.
Got to check in from everybody except Owen and Makakian then. And again, we'll be going live off of Schreff, which is now. Once you guys cross that line, your time clock will start. 1:45 down, 4:15 to go. Scheduled this race for 9, ended up having 5. So if anybody wants to help me in the next race with marshalling, I'll appreciate it. And if you're in this race and then had issues, I still need you or a representative of you in the next one. So with that being said, Shreff out front on a 9 and 34, Drinks right behind him on a 9 and 36, Loy on a 9 and 41, and Nipple on a 9 and 44. And Burns rounding out the field and the top 5 on an 8 and 03, looking to get on that 9-lap pace. Hot lap going to go to Shreff 42-2 last time around. Yeeted him from the 3rd to the 1st place position in that last lap. And now Drink's going to try and challenge it. Going to share a pace and just beat out Shreff by a 10th as of now. 3:15 to go, guys. 3:15 to go. Which means up next will be race number 9, Expert Nitro Buggy, heat 2 of 3. And again, I'm going to need an army of volunteers on the next race for some marshalling duties. If you want to help me out and get out there early enough, I'll even try and put you in the easy spots. .120 to go, 1:20 to go. Shreff and Drinks, 7/10 between the two of them. Going at it to set time to beat, because there is 3 heats of this class. Plenty of other people want to take over that TQ position. Currently, they're on a 9 and 32 from Shreff, 9 and 33 from Drinks. Then you got Loy on a 9 and 37. Your top 3 are on 9s, and you got Nipple and Burns on 8s. Nipple an 8 and 04, Burns an 8 and 10. 42-2 is still going to be the hot lap from Shreff earlier on in the race. Drinks mustering up a 43-2 2 laps ago. Been very consistent, almost nothing but 43s this entire race. Showing us consistency can do it. 40 seconds to go. Up next will be race number 9, heat 2 of Expert Nitro Buggy. And then I'm just going to keep on asking about it. I'm going to need a lot of help in the next race. If anybody has the time or just wants to be nice, I'll appreciate it a lot. And if you were in that last race and, again, had issues and couldn't start it, still need you in the next one to marshal it. That was the timer, guys, so keep going until your name gets called. Nipple down with an 8 and 03. Shreff, you're done. 9 and 28. Last lap, past lap, 42 flat. Nice. I got what should have been 2 cars still alive. It's looking like it's just going to be the one, though. Something must have happened to Drinks. Kyle sneaking onto that 9-lap pace at the very end. It's working out, though. That 9th lap, as of now, is going to put him in the 2nd spot. So, just keep watching his car intently. Purple and yellow going down the step downs and across the line. He's going to finish out with a 9 and 38. And that is a race. Started it with 9, ended up being 5, finished with 3. Schreff going to take that win. Set time to beat 9 and 28. Lloyd 2, Nipple 3, Drinks 4, Burns 5. I'll need everyone from the last race back out to Marshall. I'll need some volunteers. And I know even if you weren't in the last race, well, you were, and you couldn't make it because of whatever issues. I think I saw a couple cars in pit row having issues. Still need you or someone from your area. Help me out with some marshalling.
David Harvey.
Harvey, when in doubt, blame the turkey. All right, I got to make sure the cones get filled first. Out there to Marshall should be Schreff, Lloyd, Nipple, Drinks, Burns. I know I saw Henry Mahakian at the beginning of the race. Oh, I see Chris is out there. Cool. Cone 10, which is by the big double. 5 and 6 in the back would have been Thomas and Drinks. Drinks is on 6. Cone 3 should have been James Henry. Cone 7 in the back could use some help. That should have been Owen Karlofsky. I'm not even sure if he showed up for the race. Come on, guys. I need some help just to get this going. All right, guys. Hit the track. Get them warmed up. Thank you all who are helping me out on this one. Whoever's running from the left side, I could use you a cone 8 if you want. It's over by the sweeper. Yeah, that one. You're pointing in the right spot. If that's what he's doing, but I appreciate the help. Thank you, sir. All right. Remember, drivers, if you need to top them off, be sure to do it on this lap.
Colton Gulari. Cowboy Risser. Dawson S. Emoji. Greg Harmer. Tristan Klein.
All right, I look fairly good on Marshall's. The check-ins are looking good.
Thomas Kaufman.
I have a check-in from everybody except a Chris
Larry
Klein. We'll be going live off the next car to the line, which at the moment is looking like, I want to say, yep, that looks like Bernari to me. Never mind. Burnt wheels of Brent Butler. Looks like those will be the wheels across the line first. Everyone else, when you do that, your time clock will start. Ooh, flame out on the front stretch for Dawson. Rob's on it. It's been cleared. Looks like Klein's going to make a last-minute appearance. Nice. Caution in the chasm. Caution between the back double doubles. Car upside down between the back double doubles. It's been cleared. Everything's been cleared. Good job, marshals. All right, minute and 45 in. A couple people coming around for their second laps now. We got Harvey out front on a 9 and 32. Harmer in the number 2 on a 9:35. Thomas a 9:37. A pace he will share with Brett Butter, only a tenth between the two. Then you got Larry rounding out the top 5, also on a 9-lap pace. Then you got Klein, Tristan Klein, Pernari, Rizzer, Chris Klein, and Dawson Samoji rounding out the rest of the field. Tristan Pernari and Rizzer all on 8s. Chris on a 6, Dawson on a 5. Hot lap going to go to Harvey's 43.4 on the opener. It's only 2 laps in though. We'll see how much he can improve on that. Who knows? Maybe Harmer will come out with 42. Time to beat was a 9 and 28 set by Shrep in the last one. So with 2:40 down, that's slowly starting to look like the time for the next race to beat. Don't think I saw a mistake out of him, but it helps when only 5 people showed up for the race. Nice clean track, no traffic. That's good luck. Three and a half down, 2:30 to go. Up next will be race number 10, Heat 3 of 3 for Expert 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy. Currently it's Harvey out front, Thomas up in the number 2, Brett going to follow right behind him in the number 3, so that is your top 3. All of them looking at a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for the overall. Harmer hanging out in the 4th spot. He's currently on 8 and 02, falling off of that 9-lap pace. Bringing it back in, though. A couple 44s in a row. That's going to help him. Then got Colton, who's making some moves back up into the number 5. Tristan Klein in the number 6. He's got a second half up on Cowboy. Then Larry and Chris Klein running out the rest of the field. Larry on an 8-lap pace. Chris starting late and still on a low 7. Looking good to get an 8-lap pace nonetheless. And looks like Samoji out after 1. Another 43.4. The last 2 times around for Dave Harvey. Backs it up with the 43.3. Just putting in solid hot laps, lap after lap. It's slowly bringing down the pace, but he still has about 5 seconds to make up if he wants to beat Shref's time. So that's TQ pace is looking to be set in stone for at least this race. Just have to wait and see how it all shakes out for the round. With just under a minute, Thomas and Brett still keeping it nice and tidy. 9 and 40s for the both of them. Thomas still edging out Brett by just a couple tenths, and Brett going to take those couple tenths, add a couple more onto his own. He'll take the 2 spot. Nice. That's going to let Harmer catch on up a little bit too. He's currently looking at a 4. Thomas coming around a couple corners, looking like it's going to be a bit of a slow lap. Nope, not too slow. Going to keep Harmer at bay in the 4th spot. All right, guys, 15 seconds left. Remember, when you hear that tone, you're going to keep driving until I call your name. You're good, Gavin. You're good. Colton, you're down with an 8 and 05. So far, you're the only one done. Everybody else is still driving and racing. Cowboy, you're done with an 8 and 14. Tristan Klein, you're done with an 8 and 08. Brett, you're done with a 9 and 39.47. Let's just say it goes that far. Larry, you're done with an 8 and 23. Harvey, done with a 9 and 33. Harmer, 9 and 39.78. So Brett gonna just keep Harmer at bay for now. See where Thomas lines up in the final order. You are done with a 9 and 38. Able to hang on to second in that. One car still alive. Chris Klein on the right side. Showed up a little late, and he's still going to put in a pretty respectable time for that. It's going to end up being an 8 and 30
All drivers are finished.
flat. Nice. All right, guys, that is a race. Everybody is
The
done.
race is completed.
So Harvey going to take the win. Thomas the 2. Brett the 3. Harmer the 4. And Colton rounding out the top 5 in that race. I'll need all of you then back on out there for some marshalling. Just in case anyone's wondering, that'll put Harvey and Thomas into the 2 and 3 overall. Loy going to hang on to the 4th. Butter 5, Harmer 6, Nipple, Bernari, Klein, Cowboy, the current top 10 of the round. See where they all stay or move to
Jared Docker.
after this one. Had 9 in that last race. I could use a little help, which would be
Will Walker.
not cone 10. That's right. It would be cone 8, I think. Luckily, I have a computer to tell me everything. 6, 7, 8, 9. It's cone 5 that'll be open. Thomas, go to cone 5. Go to cone 5. Back doubles. All right, guys, roll them out, get them checked in, get them warmed up, get ready to go racing. Dawson Samoji, cone 1, front right side by Harry's corner. Again, Dawson Samoji, front right by Harry's corner. Need you to marshal. Drivers on the track, if you need to time off, be sure to do it at the end of this lap. It is a 6-minute qualifier. About an extra 2 laps. No, for a couple, you definitely need to top off.
Zach Croft. Davis Taylor.
Dawson Samoji, cone 1. I need somebody over there.
Tony Oboy. Josh Andrews. Ryan Cruz. Mark Broderick.
Okay, I got a check in from everybody. We're going live off the next car to the line. Rob, I see you're working your way there. Appreciate you. Luckily, it's not a terrible spot. Looks like we'll be going live off of Ethan. Right side. All right. Once you guys cross that line, your time clock will start. The time to beat is a 9 and 28 set by Jason Schreffler in the first heat of Nitro Buggy. 2:30 down, 3:30 to go. Even out front, 9 and 28.8. 2/10 off of that TQ pace, looking to reset it. Brian Cruz hanging out with the number 2 on an 8 and 03. Cataldo 30 on an 8 and 09. Davis Taylor on an 8 and 14. And you got Andrews, Zach, Tony, Jared, Mark, all on 8s. And then Will with the transponder so strong, it's still counting. That's impressive. .345 down, 2:15 left. So we have that 8 cars still out on the track. Ethan's leading them out. Only one on a 9-lap pace, and now on a new TQ pace. Currently has a second up on the previous TQ. .125 to go, and up next will be race number 11, Heat 1 of 3 for Intermediate Electric Buggy. Seconds left. Let's just take a look at where everyone's going to finish. Ethan's still looking pretty good for that TQ pace. Had a little bit of a rough lap last time around. It was a 43.3. Normal and fast to us mortals, but to them, that's a couple tenths lost. He's still about 6/10 up on TQ pace, though. Cataldo and Davis Taylor are going to share a pace of an 8 and 07 for the number 2 spot. Hopefully they can, that little bit of knowledge pushes them a little harder, because right now they're only looking at a maybe 10th overall. That last heat was pretty well stacked. Then it's Tony O'Boy, Jared Dockery, rounding out your top 5. Andrews, Crop, Broderick, Walker. Looks like Brian Cruz is out after 2. 5 seconds to go. Remember, when you hear that tone, you're going to keep on driving until I call your name. Cataldo down with an 8 and 07. Davis down with an 8 and 06. Ethan down with a 9 and 28.2. That's good enough to reset the TQ. Tony, you're down with an 8 and 15. Got 5 cars still alive out there. Zach, you're down with an 8 and 26. Jared, you're down with an 8 and 20. Looks like I only got 2 cars still going, but they are still moving. Should be Josh and Broderick. Josh coming through the final corner. Going to finish out with an 8 and 27. Last car, Broderick, step on, step off, and down the staircase. Come on across and finishing out with an 8 and 40. And that is a race, folks.
The race is completed.
Ethan Mechanic going to take the win and take round number 1. Davis Taylor going to take the 2 in that one. Cataldo 3, Tony 4, and Dockery the 5. Race number 11 is up next. Heat 1 of 3 for intermediate electric buggy. I'll need everyone from the last one. Head on back out there.
Tim Voss. Dawson S. Emoji.
Alrighty then. The noise is silenced for probably just the next hour until we have another nitro up. Maybe 2 hours. Closer to 2. Time to get back in some electric racing. See how the marshalling is looking. Davis, you are... Now stay at the 1 cone. Yeah. 4 is in the back. All right, cones number 2, 7, 5. Cataldo 2, dead center. 5, Josh Andrews, the top of the hill. 7, Tony O'Boy in the back left. All right, guys, hit the track while, get them checked in. I'll find my Tony then.
Gordon Miller. Kenny Jeffries. Patrick Colligan. Blue. Blaze Malinowski.
I got a check-in from everybody. Got most of my marshals out there. Tony, I know you're not back-to-back, so I'll need you to head on out to the back left then. I got a check-in from everyone. So, we'll be going live off the next start line. Caution between the back double-doubles and after the back double-doubles. Just caution on the whole backstretch. Roll the corners, roll the jumps, do all of that. It's cleared now. It's safe. Let's go. All right, we'll be going live off of the blue car.
Lap 1's rolling in here. Blaze out to a good start. Dropping a 46 on lap number 1. Looks like Quentin ungluing a tire. We'll see if it hangs on long enough. Even with that tire starting to flop around a little, Quentin's still going to put in the fastest first lap. Tim Voss showing some pace here on lap number 2. He'll take over hot lap 46.7. Quentin has a 46.7. Blaze has a 46.8. Gordon going to move up the charts a little bit that time with consistency up to the 2 spot behind Blaze. Loop into the 3 with a couple of 47s as well. This is the first of 3 heats for intermediate buggies, so these drivers right now just trying to set a good time to beat. Halfway through in this one and 3 laps in the books. Blaze, Gloop, and Gordon, your top 3 pretty tight together. So we've got a quality battle forming, and Blaze says, nah, I don't want to battle, and drops over a second off of the hot lap. 45.1 that time by. That's going to move his lead up to 2.5 seconds. Blaze putting the hammer down. Gloop and Gordon just a tenth apart, battling for second. Tim and Quinton half a second apart, though Quinton is laying upside down as I speak. The tire hanging on pretty well. 2:15 left to go. It may hang on to the end. Minute and a half left to go. Blaze, Gordon, and Gloop about a second and a half between each of them. So your top 3 staying pretty tight together. Then a 6-second gap back to Valse, Bartow, and Samoji. 4, 5, and 6, just about a second and a half between each of them. And Patrick running in that 7 spot, and I never saw Ken. Oh, that's your leader upside down there, I believe. That's going to cost Blaze some time there. Just coming off of a longer lap as well. Coming down towards the end of this one now, Gordon, Gloop, and Blaze, your top 3 order. Gordon and Gloop just 2/100ths apart. It looks like that'll now become your battle for the time to beat. Unless they both mess up and hand it back to Blaze. Drivers, keep it going until your name is called. Gordon, you are done 8 and 13. Gloop, you're done 8 and 15. Patrick, you're done 7 and 20. Dawson, 8 and 32. Blaze, 8 and 32. Tim Valse, 8 and 33. Just Quinton still alive, and that tire hung on for the whole thing.
All drivers
and
are
Quinton,
finished.
you are done, and 8 and 24. So time to beat is going to be an 8
The
and
race is
13
completed.
from Gordon. And it was Gloop, Quinton, Dawson, Blaze, Tim on 8-lap paces, Patrick on a 7, and no sign of Kenny. We got race number 12 taking the stand, heat 2 of 3 for intermediate buggy. I'll need the drivers from that last one back out to Marshall, as well as a couple of volunteers. As long as Kenny comes to Marshall, we should only need 2. Greg Harmer volunteer marshaling again, like he does every race, representing those sponsors well. Need Tim at cone 1. Tim Baus at cone 1, which is in the front right. There we go. All right, what does that leave us with? Leaves us with... Greg took 2, so yeah, Gordon, you can take 9 right there, and track is open.
Don Hillard, Andrew DeGirolamo, Kurt Messner, Mac Messner, Dennis Brew, Isaac Niemand.
I don't think there's anybody at cone
Frank
10.
Henry.
It's that's the hardest one to see from up here. But if there is no one at cone 10, if someone could please grab that before we get going here. We are all checked in. Got 1 to fix.
Xander Niemand,
Alrighty, drivers, next time you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. And the time to beat set by Gordon Miller was an 8 and 6:13. And again, if anybody's able to grab cone 10 here quick, it would be much appreciated. Drivers, your time starts when you hit that line. Lap 2s are rolling in right now. So we will shortly get an idea of if anybody's going to challenge Gordon or not. So far it looks like yes, but we'll let everybody get their lap 2 in here. All right, so after 2 laps, Frank Henry out front on an 8 and 05. That is a pretty good margin better than the old TQ. Just off of the TQ would be Don, Isaac, Kurt, and Andrew running in a tight pack. Dennis is on an 8-lapper as well, and Mac and Xander on low 7s. Don, Isaac, Andrew, and Kurt working towards that TQ time just a little bit. Making a little ground on it. Kurt's going to fall out of that train for now. Don, Isaac, and Andrew pretty close. Don just a 10th off of Gordon's TQ. There's a lot of pride in that battle between Gordon and Don. .345 down, 2:15 to go. We got 4 laps in the books. Frank Henry out front on an 8 and 02. dropping 44s the last couple times around, so Frank may even flirt with the 9-lap pace if he has a little more in the tank. And another 44 for Frank. He may just sneak onto a 9 here. It's going to be pretty close. Don's on an 8 and 06, so he has been running 44 his last couple times around, so now he is a decent margin ahead of Gordon's time. Isaac and Andrew and Kurt running mid-8s. Mac and Xander on high 8s, so Xander was able to get to that 8-lap pace. But he may have had some issues here. He should have crossed the line by now, and I don't see him. Oh, there he is over there. It's going to be a long lap, maybe a double lap. Maybe he just missed one. That one didn't count either. All right, so I'll hand count Xander from here on out. We'll get that sorted, so don't worry about it. What we do know is Don has been closing the gap on Frank. That's a fact. Frank Henry ran a 46 last time by, and Don another 44, 44.4 there, so he'll take away hot lap of the race for now. Don working hard right now, trying to take over the TQ here in the second of 3 heats for intermediate. Race 13, you ought to be on the blocks by now. Okay, so it's Don, Frank, Isaac, Xander, Andrew, Kurt, Mac, and Dennis. Your running order here. Everybody's on an 8-lap pace. So good job by a couple of those drivers who were on 7s early, able to work their way up to 8s throughout the run here. Drivers, you're going to keep it going until your name is called. Everything is to play for here. Don, you are done in 8 and 04. Frank, you're done in 8 and 11. Andrew, you're done in 8 and 22. Xander in 8 and 20. Isaac in 8 and 15. Kurt, Mac, and Dennis are live. I have 3 cars live. All right, Kurt is done with an 8 and 27. 2 more cars. Be another 15 seconds or so here. Mac is done in 8 and 40. 1 more car across the line. And Dennis is done in 8 and 41. Everybody going to finish on an 8-lap pace. And DiGirolamo is going to take away the hot lap at a 43.9 there. 1 lap from the end. But Don Hillard going to reset the TQ time down to an 8 and 04. Frank going to go better in the old TQ as well, so he'll be 2nd overall for now. Then Isaac went 3rd in the heat, 5th overall. Xander went 4th in the heat, 6th overall. Andrew, Kurt, Mac, and Dennis round out heat 2 of 3. Need you all back out to Marshall and 2 volunteers. Could I get 2 volunteer marshals to keep things rolling pretty smooth? And I have race 13 on the stand.
Shane Lux.
And they look eager.
Marvin Schellenberger.
Need cone number 9 covered. That'll be a volunteer one since there was no car 9 in that race. And then I cannot see cone 10 at all, so I don't know if anyone's there. I don't think so. So need 9 and 10 covered. Again, looking for 2 volunteer marshals to get things rolling here. Need 9 and 10 covered. Just need a little help to keep things rolling smooth. Maybe thing 1 and thing 2 could marshal cone 9 and 10, you know? It'd be fun. Not distracting at all. All right, got one there at 9. Drivers, go ahead and check him in a while and take your lap. I'm sure we can find somebody for 10 by the time you get around.
Jeremy Kipp, Ryan DeRochers, Joe DeGirolamo, Chance Swartz, Ricky Mazanti, Brent Morgan. Matt Adams.
And I cannot see cone 10 at all, so I'll just ask nicely that if nobody's there already, if somebody could grab it. But hey, somebody could be there, and I can't tell. All right, Mr. Zach Luke's going to get it. What a nice guy. Shane, you're going to go live when you hit that line for 6 minutes here. This is heat 3 of 3 for intermediate electric buggy, and the time to beat is an 8 and 04 set by Don Hillard. And this day is turning beautiful in a hurry. Temps are coming up a little bit. Sweatshirts are coming off. We're starting to see just a little bit of dust forming in a couple select spots on the track. Most of it's still pretty moist, but it's definitely not saturated like it was yesterday. We're going to start to get a little bit of a line going here, I think. Maybe even put down a little bit of rubber. Just make sure we're bolting on those ultra softs so we can lay some down. Got lap 1s in the books already. Lap 2s are rolling in right now, so we will see what kind of pace we're looking at here. All right, 2 laps in here. Lap 3 going to come in for Shane even. Shane is leading the way right now at an 8 and 6:10. So a handful of seconds off of Don's TQ. But right now looking at a second overall in the round, not too shabby. Schellenberger in the 2 spot in the heat at an 8 and 18, and that would be 7th for the round. Matt Adams is second behind him, and Brian is 2/10 behind Matt. Then Jeremy and Chance are tight together in 5th and 6th. Brent Morgan going to move up to that train, as will Ricky and Joe. So now 5th through 9th, pretty tight together. And they are shuffling all around. I'm not even going to try to read the order because it keeps on changing. We are halfway, 3 down and 3 to go here in race 13. Oh, watch it, the step-off area. Good job by the marshal there to get near the car and out of the way. Minute and a half left to go here. Shane still out front on an 8 and 08. So right now only about 3.5 seconds off of that TQ time. Regardless, looking at a second for the round as long as he keeps going as he has been. Landon right now on an 8 and 15. 3.46s in a row for Landon here, so now he's looking at a 5th for the round instead of the 7th that he was looking at a little earlier. So he's moving up the ladder in the overall. Brian's coming with him as well, within a 10th of Landon here in the heat. Matt Adams right now on an 8 and 20 in the 4 spot in the heat and 9th overall. Jeremy, Brent, Chance, and Joe are on 8s and Ricky on a 7 flat, so this could easily be another heat where everybody finishes on an 8-lap pace. Oh, on your right, Marshall. All right, drivers. Keep it rolling until your name gets called. Shane Laux, you are done. Shane, you are done. 8 and 06. Gonna get within 2 seconds of Don's TQ time. Joe, you are done. A 7 flat .4. Oh, coming up just short of that 8-lap pace. Brian, you are done an 8 and 14. Landon, you are done an 8 and 22. So Landon going to lose a little time at the end, but he will stay within the A main sort. So that's a plus. Matt Adams, you are done an 8 and 17. Going to go 3rd in the heat and 8th in the round. Brent, you are done an 8 and 39. Chance, you are done an 8 and 38. Jeremy an 8 and 38, and Ricky an 8 and 46.
The race is completed.
So Don Hillard going to hang on to TQ here in intermediate buggy. Tale is old as time. The song is old as rhyme. Don is TQ. Shane going to put in a really solid run there. Closed in on Don for the last few laps. Dropped a whole bunch of 45s in a row. Going to come up just short for a second in round number 1. Brian, Matt, Landon, Jeremy, Chance, Brent, and Ricky on 8s. And Joe with a 7 flat. Oh, so close. Almost had the 8. And on to race number 14 we go. Heat 1 of 2 for Expert Electric Buggy. Need the drivers from that last one back out to Marshall, and we should only need 1 volunteer. So just 1 volunteer, Marshall, for cone number 10 here in the front left, which, I'll be honest, that's a pretty easy cone, and it's right by the side of the track, too. It was totally unintentional, but that being the one that we need volunteers for the most, that works out pretty well. The only downside to cone 10 being our volunteer one is I can never see if anyone's there. Is anyone there? Okay. Can we get 1 volunteer for cone 10? Rest of the track looks great. Drivers check him in a while and take your warm-up lap. And in the meantime, just need 1 marshal at cone number 10.
Colin Morse. David Harvey.
Complete things here. Careful coming up to the big double there. Good job, fellas. Good job. All clear.
Michael Rink.
Thank you to J-Mac for grabbing cone
Ryan
10
Lutz.
for us there. Okay. Missing a couple check-ins, but they were all cars that were sitting super close to the loop, so that's probably the cause of it. I'm not concerned, and drivers, when you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. We'll let our lap 2s roll in here. Does anybody see Justin Drinks? Missing Justin from this one. Justin, with it being round 1, wherever you are, you would be able to hop into the next one. It'd be no issue, since round 1 is random order anyway. All right, lap 2s are in. Ryan Lutz out front, 41.4 last time around. He's making the triple look a little too easy. So Ryan right now with a little bit of a lead going. Had a slight bobble in this lap, so that'll cut into it maybe just a little, but with how smooth he's taken the triple, man, it's going to be tough to contend with that. Looks like the rest of us are going to have to figure out how to do it. Chris Klein in the 2 spot, and he's 7/10 up on Michael Reinke. And then 2 seconds back to Morse, Nipple, Harvey, and Mahakian. Right now, Ryan, Chris, Michael, and Colin, your top 4 on 9s, and your next 3 on 8s, low 8s at that. Certainly looks feasible that everybody could finish on a 9. Looks like a couple more guys starting to do the triple here. And fellas, I honestly have no idea why the triple is so much easier at this race than it was at the last one. I could even do it in nitro in practice yesterday, and that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Ooh, Mahakian coming up a half-inch short there. A little bit of spinny action. You gather her back up there. 4.5 down, 1.5 to go, and the whole field's starting to freight train a little bit. Make sure you work with each other well. You can tell who's flying up on you. Lutz dropping a couple 41s in a row here, so he's starting to check out now, a full 10 seconds up on Michael Renke. Now Colin Morse going to go to the 2 spot with a 42.6. So Lutz all alone in the 41s. Morse and Harvey both have 42.6s. Everyone else in the 43s. And there we go, a whole train of guys doing the triple. 1, 2, 3 in a row right there. It doesn't mean much if you're going to tap the pipe in the flat sections. Mahakian and Klein right now can't seem to get away from each other about the same pace. Klein's going to sort out that issue by flipping on the stairs, though. Now they're both going to have room to operate. 30 seconds left in this one. Rinky now back to the 2 spot. Now Morse back to the 2 spot. Those two back and forth for it. Morse and Rinky just 3/10 apart on 9.36s. Nipple on a 9.40, Klein on a 9.41, Harvey on an 8.02, Mahakian on an 8.07. Justin Drinks with a blazing 5-minute flat lap. Drivers, keep going till your name's called. Chris, you are the only Mahakian. Chris Mahakian, you are the only one done. 8.06. Chris Klein, you're done 8.02. David Harvey, you're done 8.09. We've got 4 live cars snaking around the right side of the track here. Ryan Lutz, you are done a 9.19. That's going to be the time to beat here out of the first of 2 heats for Expert E-Buggy. Gavin Nipple, you are done 9.42. Michael Rinke, 9.36. Colin Morse, 9.36. Colin Morse going to get the better of the 9.36s, though.
The race is completed.
So Lutz going to set the time to beat at a 9.19, Morse a 9.36, Rinke a 9.36, then Nipple on a 9 as well, Klein, Mahakian, and Harvey on low 8s. And into race number 15 we go.
Henry.
Need the drivers from that last one back out to Marshall, and it'll take 3 volunteers. It'll take 3 volunteer marshals to keep things rolling. So I will need volunteers for cones 8, 9, and 10. Going to need help for 8, 9, and 10. Man, Ethan's got so many sponsors, I don't even know what his paint scheme is. Could be stripes under there, could be flames, you never know. All right, need a little help there at 9 and 10 still. Need a little help at 9 and 10. Any volunteers for cone 9, cone 10? I promise they're 2 of the easier, if probably not the 2 easiest. I think the one along the back straight is probably the easiest. 10's good. Thank you, Urza. Drivers, go ahead, check him in. We do have one open spot along the back straight, but that's really not a big deal, especially with Ryan back there. He can just leap across the lane if he needs to.
Justin Drinks.
Alrighty, drivers. I would encourage you to space yourselves ever so slightly. And next time you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. Oh, and the time to beat's a 9 and 19. Good luck. Harmer, Mechanic, and Fernari. Those three coming across the start line together. I can tell Ethan was trying to get to the front of the pack. He wants that clear track here. He's going to have to pass Harmer for it, though. And this is a great opportunity for Colton to tuck in behind Greg and Ethan. Ooh, Ethan going to make a bobble there. Going to clip the pipe, spin himself around.
Colton Fernari.
We'll get through lap number 2 here before we have a look at the order. Lap 2s are in. Greg Harmer out front on a 9:28. So about 9 seconds off of TQ pace. He's going to have to put the hammer down if he wants to challenge Ryan at all. 42.1 that time by is going to help. But remember, we were seeing 41s from Lutz, but a couple bobbles as well. So if you run real consistent 42s, it might work out for you. Right now, Harmer off to the best start. And then we got a big old freight train, as we often do. Drinks, Butter, Burns, Loy, Henry, Mechanic, and Fernari. 2nd through 8th, super tight together here. 4-second spread for all those spots. Then Ezra, then Paul. There's a couple 42.1s in a row from Harmer there. Unfortunately, going to back that up with a 46. As it stands right now, Harmer's more so hunting for a second here in round number 1. Looks like Ryan's going to go unchallenged a bit from this heat. But we've still got some freight trains going on. We got Drinks, Loy, Butter, and Burns. Just a second separates all 4 of them. Then Mechanic, Fernari, Henry, and Corrick, just a second separates all 4 of them. Ezra cleaning things up here after a rough first lap, and he's up into those freight trains. Looks like Mechanic opted for some bar tires here, but dust is beginning to become a factor. The sun's been out pretty much all morning, and even since I ran just an hour ago, it looks like the surface is drastically different, and the tires I ran would probably no longer be an option. So things changing pretty quickly out here. Looks like maybe the bar tires are fading out here as we get towards the end of round number 1. And by towards the end, I mean this is the last heat in round number 1. We will be into round number 2 pretty shortly. We will reshuffle. Class order will stay the same, so if your class only has 1 heat, then you will be in the same race. Just make sure you know what your new car number is so you go to the right block and the right cone. If you're in a class with multiple heats, make sure you pay attention to what your new heat number is, as we will reshuffle based off of this round's results. And again, it will not be long until we are into round number 2. We're just going to blow her off and send it again, so pretty much as long as it takes me to make heat sheets is as long as we're going to need. So 10th scale and novice, you might even want to start making your way over here. You know how we operate. Drivers, keep going until your name is called. Keep going until your name is called. So many battles, just a 10th apart here as we come down to the end. There's going to be a lot of shuffling here on the final lap. James Henry, you're the only one done at an 8 flat. Ezra Corrick, you're done in 8 and 02. Greg Harmer, you are done a 9 and 29. That should take this heat and be second overall. Ethan Mechanic, you are done 9 and 39. Justin Drinks, 9 and 35. Colton, 9 and 43. Kyle Loy, you are done 9 and 39. Burns 9 and 36, and Butter 9 and 35.
The race is completed.
The race is completed. That's going to do it for round number 1. Harmer going to take first in the heat and second overall, which means Lutz will hang on to TQ. Butter going to go second in the heat, third overall. Drink's going to go third in the heat, fourth overall. Burns going to go fourth in the heat, sixth overall. Boy, Mechanic, Fernari hanging on to 9 lap paces. Henry on an 8 flat. Ezra on an 8 and 02. Henry put in a personal best on the final lap trying to get to that 9. Ezra could have had a 9, but gave up a couple seconds on the final lap. Gave that away. And then Paul was out a little bit early. Round number 2 sheets will be down in a couple of minutes. I will make an announcement when we're getting those pinned up. All right, 10th scale racers, make your way to the blocks. 10th scale racers, make your way to the blocks. The new heat sheets are on their way down. And give me a second to make sure that they push through into Live RC here. Again, the paper copy is the Holy Grail. It should be on Live RC here in just a few seconds. But again, paper copy is the Holy Grail. If you look on Live RC, just make sure it says Q2.
Brady McCune.
Again, 10th scale racers, make your way to the blocks. 10th scale racers, make your way to the blocks. You are up first, as I'm sure you know. So Matt, Dennis, Kenny, Steve, Ricky, Matt, Patrick, Mark, Brady, Cooper, Ed, Chance, Paul, make your way to those blocks. Race number 14, the Expert Electric Heat 2 of 2. Our A sort from E-Buggy that time. You will be out to marshal, and I'll need one volunteer on top of that to get things rolling. Tenth scale racers, let's get this show on the road.
Cooper Marksicki. Ed Marksicki.
An announcement for all racers. When you come up on the stand, take a look at the back straight. Kevin just painted a handy line so that it's a lot easier to keep yourself centered over the back doubles. So if you just follow that line, things will go a lot smoother for you. Looking for Matt Adams on block number 1. Matt Adams, block number 1, where are you at? All right, drivers, come on up, come on up. Out to marshal, need the Expert E-Buggy A sort. So Ryan, Greg, Brett, Justin, Colin, Alex, Michael, Kyle, and Ethan, I need you 9 out to marshal.
Jan Swartz.
All right, marshals, let's find our cones. Let's find our cones. If you have no idea what your car number is, then flail your arms about and I'll tell you. We'll need a volunteer just for cone 10. Only need a volunteer for cone 10. So just one volunteer is all it will take. Cone 10 is in the front left there by the bleachers on the ramp side of the driver's stand. Cone number 9 should be Ethan. Where are you trying to go, Colton? You want to take cone 10 for me in the front left? Thank you, bud. Then Ethan Mechanic, cone number 9. Oh, is he? And then I hung up the only map I made for myself. What's that back left one? 7? 7. 7 should be Michael Rinke. Is the only name on this list that I don't have a face for. Sure. Yeah, why not? Cone 7, Michael Rinke. Drivers, go ahead and get checked in the meantime, since we're just looking for one marshal.
Ricky Mazganti. Matt Adams. Matt Adams' son. Mark Broderick. Kenny Jeffries. Patrick Colligan.
There's Michael. Just be
Steve
careful
Sachin.
crossing that big double. These 10 scales are going to
Dennis
send
Bennett.
it. All right, drivers, check-ins looking pretty good. Just don't have Paul, who is still sitting in his chair. So, guess this is how we're going. Drivers, when you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. First round went to Matt Adams, so don't let him get another one or this will be wrapped up already. Looking at you, Dennis. Time to get it done. Take it easy over the back doubles, fellas. I would recommend spreading out a little before the start. Lets you get in a bit of a rhythm here at the beginning. Even if you bunch up later, it's still better that you were in a rhythm first. You're a little more confident and in control of your vehicle by then. Caution the back doubles, caution the back doubles. Pull that truck. Mini truggy come in, just misses him. Pull that truck and we are all clear. Lap twos are starting to roll in. Starting to get an idea of who our challengers for TQ here in round number 2 are. Right now, Steve Sachuk out front, about 3 seconds up on Matt Adams. Dennis in the 3 spot, Chance in the 4, and Kenny and Matt Adams' son. Then McCune, Colligan, Mark Saki and Broderick pretty close together. You're going to hear Broderick's name towards the bottom of this 10 scale thing, but trust me, he's wheeling. It's just a two-wheel buggy. The two-wheel struggle. And chances, again, going to lose a wheel nut. You might want to tighten those a little more. Just a little more. Man, it looks like Ezra's been putting his wheels on for him. Woo! There's a throwback. Matt Adams now out front, dropping the hot lap 46.9 last time by. Looks like we got one mini truggy shutting off down there past the stairs. He's kind of out of the way, though. Caution in the big double. The two-wheel struggle continues. Coming down towards the end of this one, Matt Adams is hanging on to that lead, and he's got a 10-second lead over Kenny up into the 2 spot. The top 2 on 8-lap paces. 8-lap paces out of the 10th scale is not too shabby. Cooper, that body looks like it's seen enough. Drivers keep going until your name is called. I'm just in here cackling at that Fox body slash right now. That's entertaining. Matt Adams' son, you are done a 7 and 19. Brady McCune, you are done a 6 and 6 flat, the fastest vehicle with a wheelie bar. Matt Adams, you are done 8 and 27. Matt Adams going to TQ the first 2 rounds and kind of lock up this class already. Matt's kind of the king of 10 scale here, isn't he? Unless we're at the cancer race. Boom. Roasted. Mark Broderick, you are done a 6 and 20. Cooper, you are done a 5 and 25. 3 more live drivers, 3 more live. Ken Jeffries, you are done an 8 and 53. Final 2 coming across. Soon. Patrick, you are
All
done a
drivers are
7 and
finished.
47. Steve, an 8 and 49.
The race is completed.
Ah, Steve, what happened? You started so well. Oh, I made him nervous. There we go. Steve found a way for it to be my fault. That's fine. So Matt Adams going to TQ the first 2 rounds of 10 scale here. Then it was Steve in the 2 spot that round, so he'll move himself up the grid just a little bit. Then it was Kenny, your top 3 making 8-lap paces. Matt Adams' son, Colligan, on 7s. McCune, Broderick on 6s. Mark Saki on a 5. Schwartz and Brew both out after 3, which is a shame. I thought both those guys had a chance to challenge for TQ, but their cars did not agree. So we got race number 2, Novice, taking the stand right now. All right, drivers. Looks pretty good. Let's check him in. Let's go.
Colton Bassler, Ryland Burer, Chris Nornold, Braden Benner, John Telheil, Cooper Taylor, Jonathan Willow, Joe Johnston, Shylin Heil, Matt Adams' son, Panda, Frank Henry Sr., Richard Willow.
Drivers, when you hit that line, your 6 minutes begins. Lap 1s are rolling in here. Braden Benner was your round number 1 TQ. We'll see if he can repeat. Watch your skull, Kenny. Braden doing a good job knowing where to turn into corners despite having no side windows, only viewing out the front. It looks like he paid Kenny to paint that body for him, missing some windows. Oh, Kenny on your left, Kenny on your left. Oh man, somebody else can run over there too. Kenny's getting like 4 of them. All right, everybody else watch, that's fine. All right, lap 2s are in the books here. Braden coming across for lap 3 already. He's on an 8 and 24. Ryland's on an 8 and 35. Only your top 2 on 8s. Then Matt Adams' son on a 7 and 01. Then Nornold Taylor Johnston on 7s. Panda on a 6 flat. Then Rich Willow, Chantel Heil, Shylin Heil, Jonathan Willow, and Colton on 6s. Frank Sr. on a 4. Well, at least he marshaled you. All right, drivers, we got Braden out front, still 6 seconds up on Ryland. Ryland needs a little help from Braden here, needs a mistake, or Braden's going to lock up the TQ here for novice in just 2 of the 3 rounds. Ryland's 3 seconds up on Matt Adams' son, then it's Panda Nornold, then a gap back to Johnston, then a gap back to Taylor, Willow, Bassler, Rich Willow, Heil, Shylin Heil, and Frank Sr. So we got the Willows pretty close together. We got the Heils super close together. So some family battles going on here. Some family feuds, if you will. Colton, you were the only one done at a 6 and 06. Rich Willow, you are done a 6 and 06. Jonathan Willow, a 6 and 05. Panda, you're done a 7 and 13. Good recovery there. Ryland Fear, you are done an 8 and 40. Braden, you are done an 8 and 33, finishing strong. Chris Nornold, you are done a 7 and 21. Chantel, you are done a 6 and 24. Cooper Taylor, you're done a 7 and 54. We got one upside down coming to the line. Joe Johnston, you are done a 7 and 48. Shylin, you are done a 6 and 48. 2 more cars live. Matt Adams' son, you are done an 8 and 7 flat. And Frank Sr. coming to the line to wrap up race number 2 here.
All drivers are
Frank
finished.
Sr., you are done a 4 and 41. If my
The race
memory
is
serves me
completed.
correctly, that's like 13 seconds or so better than first round, so making strides. Braden Benner going to TQ race number 2, or round number 2, so he's going to lock up the novice TQ here. Ryland going to put in a much-needed second here. Then Matt Adams' son, Panda Nornold, Joe Johnston, big improvements. Then Taylor, Jonathan Willow making some moves. Rich Willow, Bassler, Chantel, and Shai Lynn, and Frank Sr. Race number 3, 40-plus electric heat, 1 of 2. Cone number 7 in the back left
Toby Hampson.
is empty. That should be Rich Willow. Rich Willow, cone 7. There we go. Everywhere else looks good. Yes, it does. Just giving Paul a second to get onto the stand here.
Paul Corrick.
All right, drivers, go ahead and check him in.
Brent Morgan. Mike Ream. Joe DiGirolamo. Mac Messner. Patrick Colligan.
I bet you missed that, don't you, Brent? Yeah. All right, we are all checked in here. Going to go live on the first card of the line. Looks like that'll be the Tobameister. Lap threes are rolling in here. Ooh, look who's out front. Mike Ream. Just 1.5 up on Brent Morgan. Mac Messner going to move up to the 3 spot that time by, followed closely by Joe, Paul, who is taking a walk right now, and Toby in that little freight train. And Patrick just 2 seconds off of the freight train in the 7 spot. These drivers trying to set a decent time to beat here for round number 2. Oh, Toby gonna roll off the stairs. That's a crock mate. Toby getting a little feisty out there. You know, Toby, if you're having a rough day, just put Kevin's body back on. That way people think it's him. Seems like a solid plan. 4:15 down, 1:45 to go. Brent now your leader. Brent rocking the blue and pink associated across the line right there. Seeing Brent in anything other than a low C is just weird. Very bizarre. I mean, this is a guy who probably has 37 low C short courses at home.
Check one. So just as a reminder, we're getting ready to get started with our clue hunt. So if we have some kiddos that want to participate in the clue hunt, you guys can congregate inside of the hobby shop, and we will get you guys all the clues and get you started here in just a little bit.
Brent laying down hot lap of the race at 47.3 that time by, stretching his lead a little bit. Brent, Mike, and Mac, your top 3 on 8-lap pace is going pretty well for those dudes. Joe on a low 7, a 7:03. Patrick on a 7:17. Toby on a 7:21. We're coming down towards the end of this one. Race number 4, you should be on the blocks. Drivers keep going till your name is called. Toby Mahampson is done at a 7:15. Patrick, you are done a 7:17. Is Brent getting the job done? Yes, he is. Brent, you're done with an 8:33. Mike, you are done with an 8:37. Mac, you are done with an 8:39. And Joe, you are done with an 8:53.
All drivers are finished. The race is completed.
The race is completed. Okay, so Brent Morgan going to set the time to beat at an 8:33. Mike, Mac, and Joe going to finish on 8-lap paces as well. Then Toby and Patrick on lower 7s. And Paul out after 3. Need those 7 back out to Marshall.
All right, I had 7 in that last race, so I'm going to need some help out there. I think I have a beat on someone who's willing to do it, but I'm going to need a couple. About 3. Although before I can even start asking for that, I gotta say, do need to see my marshals out there. Ah, there's a couple. You helping or you just look? Oh, looks like 8 got covered. I want to take code 9 on the left side. Thank you. All right, guys, hit the track a while. Get them checked in. We're looking good on numbers.
Don Hillard.
Thank you guys for helping
Larry
me out
Thomas.
so quickly.
Steve Sashuk.
A little impromptu,
Randy
ask for it, but
Gordon Miller.
appreciate it.
Dennis Brew. Tim Boss. Frank Henry.
All right, I got a check-in from everybody. So next car to the line will be the first one live. All right. Just a heads up, I got a little distracted. So we'll be going live, not you, the next car to the line. So if you wrecked in that lap, congrats. You got lucky. So again, we'll be going live off of this green and yellow car coming to the line. I think that's going to be Don. Now when you cross that line, your time clock will start. All right, we're 140 in. Just we're getting some people coming around for their second laps now. It looks like we're about to get a bunch of them. So let's start going through that order. We got Don Hillard out front, currently on a 9 and 38. Larry, the number 2, on a 9 and 40. Your top 2 on 9 lap paces. Saychuk right behind him on an 8 and 01, looking to get on that 9 lapper. Then you got Dennis Brew, only a couple seconds back from him. Randy Heil rounding out your top 5. He's on an 8 and 10, a pace he will share with Gordon Miller. Just 1/10 between the two. And then you got Tim Vouse in the 7, on a 7, rounding out the field. Time to beat was an 8 and 33 set by Brent in the last one. Majority of the field better than the old TQ. So we're going to see who's going to be in. Looks like that's the top 6 better than the old TQ. So they're just battling out to see who gets what for the round. Hot lap going to go to Don, 43.9, 44.1 from Larry last time around, though. Personal best and puts him in the 1 spot. Don drops a 45.4. Just about even out on time, your top 2. 3 down, 3 to go. Up next will be race number 5. 1A scale electric truggy.
Check. Okay, guys, just the kids' clue hunt has started. So if you want to participate in the kids' clue hunt, you can obtain a clue out at the hobby shop.
Four down, 2 to go. 2/3 of the way in. Don going to be the only one in that 9-lap pace now. Saychuk moving up into the number 2, sharing a pace with Dennis Brew, 8 and 08, just 3/10 between them. Dennis with a little bit of a long lap, going to put Gordon now up into number 3. Larry 4, Dennis 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just about 2 seconds separates all of them. Randy Heil still hanging out in the number 6 spot. He's about 3 seconds back from that pack. And then you got Tim working his way onto that 8-lap pace and slowly making up some ground on the rest of the field. Currently got it down to an 8 and 24. 5 seconds back from Randy. 1:10 to go, guys. 1:10 to go. Again, up next will be race number 5, E-Truck. And I only had 8 for this race. I saw all 8 of them. Might not have all started, but I'm going to be short a couple of marshals. I'll need at least 2 to get the show moving. So if you have any interest in helping me out, I could use you in the next one. Luckily, that's cones 9 and 10, which are the easy ones on the left side. "15 seconds to go." Remember, drivers, when you hear that tone, you're going to keep on going. I'll let you know when you're done. Steve Saychuk is the first one, done with an 8 and 08. Gordon done with an 8 and 10. Larry done with an 8 and 23. Randy done with an 8 and 21. Got 3 cars still alive. Looks like they should all be coming to the line shortly. Here we got, looks like it's going to be Dennis Brew and Don coming across at the same time. Dennis finishing out with an 8 and 22. Don with a 9 and 43. Then we got Tim coming around the final corner to finish out with an 8 and 19. So that is a race. Don going to take the round. Steve going to take the 2. Gordon going to take the 3. Tim the 4. Randy the 5. Rounds out the top 5 in that race. I'll need all of you then back on out there, and we're going to need a couple volunteers, just 2. It'll be at cones 9 and 10, which is the easy spots on the left side. Not much action there.
Ryan Lutz.
All right, I'm going to need a lot more volunteers than I realized. We had a couple back-to-backs. If anybody wants to help me out, I'd appreciate it. We had to split up some classes so that they get some equal track time. If you're in any of those and it's not this at the moment running, could use your help. A little bit of love. See, Cone 4, that would have been Saychuk. He's back-to-back. Looks like I got some help over at 9. Cone 8 was Dennis Brew, who was back-to-back. If I can get one guy to help me out at Cone 4, we'll be good. But I need some help over at Cone 4. It's in the back. It's not the ideal spot, but I need somebody there. Yeah, Don, no. Or actually, Don, you stay there. Gordon, or one of you. Gordon Miller, can I have you go to Cone 4 instead, and then we'll be set? Yeah, if you guys want to swap, I'm good with that. Yeah, okay. All right, guys, hit the track. I can roll with this.
Shane Locks, David Harvey, Chad Swartz, Rob Caruso, Dennis Brew, Steve Sashuk, Quinton Bartow, Rodney Heil, Dale Stiddinger, Zach Loop.
All right, we'll be going live off the first car of the line, which looks to be Lutz. Got to check in from everybody except Brett and Morse. But I see them on the track, and I know they were probably just too close when they first crossed. Sending it for the triple. I don't think Lutz did it in round 1 of truck. Doing it in round 2, though, that's for sure. So we're a minute and 40 in. I got a freight train of cars working themselves through the final couple of corners for their second laps. So I'm just going to stall for like the next 2 seconds. It's been 2 seconds. All right, they all crossed. So it's Ryan Lutz out front on a 9 and 21. Hot lap going to be the first lap, 41.8. You then got Brett Butter in the number 2 on a 9, 34. Morse on a 9 and 42. Harvey on an 8 and 01. So Butter, Morse, and Harvey. Less than 3 seconds between the three of them. Then you got Quinton, Caruso, Heil, Laux, Matt Adams, Chance Swartz rounding out your top 10. Then you got Saychuk, Luke, Brew, and Steininger. So your top 3 are on 9s. Harvey almost on a 9. About to cross the line. Let's see if he can hop on to it. Almost personal best 44.9 puts him on an 8 and 6 flat. So he'll get there. So the top 4 effectively on 9 lap paces at the moment. Caruso then on an 8 and 16. He's only got about second behind blah, blah, blah. He's got about a second up on Rodney and Quinton, who are sharing a pace. So those three, less than a second between them. Then you got Shane, Chance, Zach, Steve, Matt Adams, Dan Brew all on 8s. Dale on a low 7s. We're working it down. At this rate, he should be on that 8th lap by the end. 3:30 down, 2:30 to go. Up next will be race number 6, 40 plus Nitro Buggy. One's coming, one's coming. Good work there, Marshals. All right, guys. 1:30 to go. 1:30 left to go. Let's new hot lap 41.6. Finding yet a couple more tenths. Got about 11 seconds up on Brett Butter. He's got about a second on Colin, a second back. You'll find Harvey. He's now on that 9-lap pace. So Butter, Morse, Harvey, 2 seconds between them for the second spot. And that's exactly the order they started in from the last round. Then you got Caruso, who's currently in the number 5. He was 7th after round 1, so he's trying to improve his starting spot. Bardo in the number 2, or in the number 6. He's only about 2 seconds back. And then you got Ronnie and Shane in that freight train a little bit. They're not far back either. Grand total of 3.5. All right. That's the tone, guys. Keep going till your name gets called. Looks like there's a dead car in the back. Marshal to the rescue. Caution on the long jump, and it's been cleared. It looks like that was Harvey with the shut off. That's going to change up the order a little bit. Let's hear the first one down with a 9 and 17. Caruso down with an 8 and 10. Shane, you're down with an 8 and 14. Quinton, you're down with an 8 and 14.5. Matt Adams down with an 8 and 22. Dale down with 7 and 10. Rodney down with an 8 and 14.7. Swartz with an 8 and 23. Brett Butter with a 9 and 32. Got a couple cars still alive. Colin down with a 9 and 36. Saychuk, 8 and 31.
All drivers are finished.
Brew, Luke, everybody's done. Everyone is done.
The race is complete.
So Lutz going to take that one in round number 2, locking in TQ. Butter going to take the 2. Morse the 3. Caruso up into the number 4 on the last lap. Louts then into the top 5. I'll need everyone back going out there as race number 6 works themselves on to the stand. Heat 1 of 40 plus Nitro Buggy. Keep saying Heat 1. There's only one.
Kevin Mumman. Will Walker.
I know there was 14 of you in the last race. if you were one of those last couple, like 12, 13, or 14 car, don't go too far. If you see an open cone, go take it.
Rob Caruso.
You're good. We're going to take care of it. See, cone 2 should be the Butler. I hear it coming, so I'm not concerned. That's cone 11, Brett. Middle. All right, guys, get them warmed up a while. Get them warmed up. Take the lap. Dale, Zach Luke, or Chance Swartz, you guys were 12, 13, and 14. If I could have one of you guys help me out over on the right-hand side by cones 1 and 11, that would be very appreciative. And also, it's what you should be doing, so I appreciate you doing your job. See, I got some people going that direction. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys not going very far. I think the only race in the round where we have that kind of situation. All right, if you need to fuel them up, be sure to do it at the end of this lap. It's a 6-minute qualifier. If you're gulping fuel in a 5-minute, well, you might stop gulping at the end of this one.
Toby Hansen. Josh Andrews. Larry
Caution coming to line. Ooh,
Mike Green.
get on the brakes quick. Good call, Carlos.
Ryan Derosiers.
Got to check in from everybody, so we're all set there. Just gonna wait and see who we're gonna start off on, and it's looking like a Muma is gonna be starting us off. Kevin uses the white line he painted on the backstretch, gets a nice back section, practicing it for the rest of the race. I guess he wants me to stop talking about it. He just let someone by. All right, we'll be going live off the pink and white car. Let's cross that line. Your time clock will start. Hey, Shref. Look at the computer. Tell me if the timing's right for Mike. Does it look right? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Two down and 4 to go. Butter behind you. Woo. Colin with the quick feet, not just to get there, but to avoid the cars. Dang. While picking up his phone. Marshal of the Year. So Larry's leading them out. 8:01 is the pace. Looking to get on that 9-lapper. There's only one heat of this class, so whoever gets this is going to take the round. He's already took round 1. Gets this one, he could lock in TQ. Carlos Cruz in the number 2, currently on an 8-14. Randy Heil in the 3. Going to move up to the 2. Carlos going to drop down to the 3. Both of them within about 3 seconds of that previous pace I called out. You then got Josh Andrews in the number 4, Caruso in the number 5, Muma in the 6, Brian and Toby in the 7 and 8, all of them on 8-lap pace, and they got Will and Reem on 7s. Hot lap going to go to Rob Caruso, 44.8. Not the only 44 out there. Larry's got one of them of his own, 44.9. Caruso just finding that extra tenth somewhere on the track. .340 down, 2:20 left. Up next will be race number 7. 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy. Couple on the right hand side. Oh. Okay then. .120 to go, 120 to go. Larry is still out in front. Not flirting with that 9-lap pace like he was. Dropped down to an 8-04. Still looking at a pretty good lead on the rest of the field. Randy's moved his way up into the number 2 again. He's about 7 seconds back on an 8-14. Carlos Cruz, a second half back from him. He'll share a pace with Rob Caruso, so that basically means Randy, Carlos, and Rob. Less than 2 seconds between the 3. That's for the second overall spot for the round, so could really help one of them out on getting into the what's looking like the second starting spot, as Larry's on a pretty commanding lead in the moment. Josh Andrews still in that number 5, currently on 8-23. Brian, Muma, and Toby then still hanging on to 8s. Toby with a little bit of a long lap back down to a 7. Will and Reem on 7s. And then that's your field. 25 seconds to go, guys. Remember, when you hear that tone, you're going to keep going until I call your name. Larry, you're done. Will, you're done. You're the only 2 done so far. Larry with an 8-04. Will with a 7-06. Randy done with an 8-15.18. It might come down to the 100th. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Reem done. Carlos Cruz done. Toby done. Muma done. Andrews done. Everyone finishing about the same time. Brian done. Everybody is done. That is a race. Oh boy. So Larry going to take that one in round number 2. That'll lock him in for the
Race is
overall.
completed.
Cruz are going to take the 2 for that race. Randy the 3, Carlos the 5, and then Andrews going to take the Carlos the 4, Andrews the 5. There we go. That rounds out top 5 for that race and that round. Race number 7, Nitro Truggy, is up next.
Zach Loop. Jared Dockery. Rodney Heil.
I think the stones look good from up here. I don't see any open spots. Come on up. Ah. Okay, there's Brian. That would have been close.
Brett Butler. Cody Sainer. Dale Stiddinger. Ryan Cruz.
All right, guys. Hit the track. Get them checked in. Get them warmed up. I look fairly decent on marshals. I'll find my remainders. I think it's only cone 7. Which, I see somebody going in that direction, so I think we might be good, and we are. That's perfect. I like that. Remember, guys, if you need to top them off, be sure to do it at the end of this lap. I know these truggy tanks are noticeably bigger, but so are the tires. They still consume a little bit more fuel. So, with that being said, come on in if you need it.
Mike Bernard. Dawson S. Emoji.
Uh-oh.
Cataldo.
Caution on the front stretch. Still a marshal in there, but he's out of the way, and it's been cleared. All right, I got to check in from everybody. So the next car to the line will be the first one live. That is looking like Brian. Wait. Yep. It looks like it will. So, once you cross that line, your time clock will start. Time to beat doesn't exist. Two 10 down, 350 to go. And everyone's got their second laps in now. Brett Butter currently your leader on a 9 and 32. He took round number 1, looking to lock in the overall. You then got Tony in the number 2 on a 9 and 40 apiece. He shall share with Brian Cruz. 200th between them. Then you got Fernari on a 944. Your top 4 make that 5 on 9. Cataldo hops on a 943. Then it's Cody on a low 8. 2 seconds off of that 9 lapper. Then you got Dockery, Heil, and Luke. About 4 seconds in total between them. Then you got Dawson Samoji in the number 10 on an 8 lap pace, and Dale in the number 11 on a 7. Hot lap going to go to Brett, 43.5 on the opener. Backs it up with a couple more slower 43s, but 43s. I don't think he's tripling in nitro, though. Maybe that's where the 42 is. Just going to plant the seed for him, since he's got everything to lose and not terribly much to gain. He's got a first in round 1. He's good for the top 2 overall. He checked up for it in the back. My naggin's not working. 2:15 left. Cataldo, Tony, Brian, Cody, and Fernari all on 9s, battling it out for that second spot. 3 seconds separates the 4 of them. 5 of them. Darky and Luke having a bit of a squabble for that 7th spot. 42.7 from Brett last time around. Okay. Might not be doing the triple, but he is finding the 10ths. There's someone sent it. I believe that was Cody Sainer. It was a nice smooth transition too. Funny enough, Cody in the 5 spot, Brian in the 4 spot, and they're together on the tracks. It's like they're racing for real. They kind of are. So that's neat. Just under a minute left to go. Up next will be race number 8. Heat 1 of 3 for Expert 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy. There is multiple heats, which means in the reshuffle you might not be in the same race. So double check the heat sheets before you get in line, because next thing you know, you're in the wrong one. Hopefully that's not the case. I know everyone checks the holy grail of papers. Ten seconds left. Freight train for the number 2 spot. I'm just going to be quiet. Wait the next 5 seconds. And then when you hear that tone, I'm going to call your name when you're done. Because everyone's going to shake up the order. Dale, you were to the first one, done with a 7 and 02. Dockery done with an 8 and 11. So far, only 2 done. Got 8 cars still alive on the track. Ooh. Cody, Brian, Heil done. Just in time for Brian too. Ran out of fuel, but crossed the line still under his own power. You can tell they measured that out. Majority of the field is done, just waiting on Tony and Dawson. Everybody else is finished. Now just waiting on Dawson. Everybody else is done. And that's a race. So, Brett Butter is going to take the win on that one.
Race is completed.
Cataldo the 2, Sainer the 3, Tony the 4, and Cruz the 5. That's the top 5 for the race. That's the top 5 for the round. Brett going to lock in the overall TQ. Everyone else going to be scrambling to see where they finish out after round 3. Up next is race number 8, Expert 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy. Need everyone then back on out there for some marshalling duties. I do have 2 back-to-backs, by the way, for people on the Stones. That'll be Brian and Dawson for 5 and 6. So give them a second to get there. It gives me time to get marshals into position, so not really losing a ton of time. Then for those 2 as well,
Alex Burns.
do need some marshals for them.
Will Walker. Mark Broderick.
All right, let's get a beat on where my marshals are at. Blah, blah, blah. Marshals are at. In the one spot over by Harry's corner, that should be a Brett Butler. Yeah, I know, I'm giving him a sec. It gives me time to find people. Cataldo then for cone 2, that's dead center in front of me. See, cone 5 is open in the back. That's Brian, who's back to back. So if anyone's a friend of his, head on over there just to help me out. See, cone 8's covered. Cone 9's open. Cone 9 was Dawson, who's back to back. Dawson has a friend. Head on over to the left side of the track. There's a spot that you could go to.
Ryan Cruz.
Hey, Zach. Could I have you go to cone 9 instead? Thank you. All right, guys, I look good. Hit the track, get them warmed up, get them ready to go. Track is green. Track is good. You may hit it. Toby's got the right idea. He's sending them out. All right. As per the usual, if you need to top them off, be sure to do it at the end of this lap. Got a couple people look like they had a rough round 1. Drinks, Burns, Will, Henry. Actually, maybe the field's just that stacked overall. I'm kind of leaning towards that because, oh boy, a lot of fast names in this one. It's like Drinks with a flame out. He's on the way to get it. If somebody at pit row wants to help Drinks, please do so. He's a nice
Dawson's
guy.
S emoji. Chris Magakian.
Okay, that car's still running. That's good.
Justin Drinks.
I got a check in for everybody except Owen. I am going live off the next car to the line, which is looking like a Samoji. All right, we'll be going live off of Samoji. Oh wait, you're already out there. That's perfect. That works too. All right, guys, when you cross that line, your time will start. No one's coming, Cody. You're good. You're good. Cleared. Hey, Dale. I think that's you over at Cone 10 with the beanie. Hey, Dale. Can you hear me? On the left side? If you can, just take like a couple feet back, just so you don't block the apex. $150 down, $410 to go. We got Drinks currently out front, looking at a 9 and 29. He's only got one lap under the belt, though. About to come around for a second. Let's see where he'll stack up after 2. Still out in front, but down to a 9 and 32. Henry in the number 2 spot, currently on a 38. Hockey in the number 3. Brian Cruz in the number 4. Your top 4 on 9 lap paces. And a grand total of 2.5 seconds between the 4 of them. Then you got Dawson Smoji in the 5, Burns in the number 6, Broderick in the number 7, Will in the number 8. And it looks like Owen never made it. Hot lap going to go to Justin's 43-2 on the opener. Got a 43 from Henry as well. And then it's a bunch of 44s and a couple 46s. Just over 2 to go. Drinks was out in front, but I saw he flamed out. He's back up and running. It'll all update on the computer when he crosses next time. So, taking a look at who's going to take over that top spot. It should be Brian Cruz or James Henry. Both of them on 8 and 6 flats. Mahaki on 8 and 01. So any of those 3 could be the new leader. Just going to have to wait until they all cross again. Burns then should move up into the number 4. Samoji to the 5. We'll just have to wait and see on that one how it all shakes out. Then we got Broderick and Walker rounding out the rest of the field. All right. New leader with 1:10 is going to be Mahakian. He's still going to share a pace with Henry. 9 and 44, 4/10 between them. Cruz only 4/10 back. Burns finding a 43 last time around. Okay, he's finding the 10s. .45 seconds to go. Up next will be race number 9, heat 2 of 3 for Expert Nitro Buggy. No, it flamed out. Mr. Burns. That was the tone, drivers. Keep going until your name gets called. Brian Cruz, you're the first one done with an 8 and 6 flat. Oh, so close. So far, you're the only one done. Everybody else, keep on going. Keep on going. Dawson, you're done with an 8 and 29. Justin done with an 8 and 14. Broderick done with an 8 and 29.041. Ooh, 8,000ths between him and Dawson. Mahakian done with a 9 and 56. And, oh, thanks for the point out. I guess that's a race.
The race is completed.
Couple people ending the race early. Going to work out in Mahakian's favor, though. It's going to let him get the win and set the time to beat at a 9 and 56. Long last lap, but it's still a 9. Henry going to take the 2. Ryan the 3. Drinks the 4. Broderick the 5 for the top 5 in that. Need everyone back out there. I had 8 drivers in the last race. I could use a couple volunteers. Dawson, I could use you at... Wait. Slowly getting there. Cone 6. Again, I'm going to need some help with, it looks like that's going to be cone 8 that's going to be empty and cone 10. Both on the left side, both very easy spots for some volunteer help to earn the RCA karma. You know, I still need to see the drivers in the last one back out there. All right, drivers, I think I can get this covered, so hit the track a while, get them checked in. Who's my guy at cone 11 in the all camo? You. Can I have you go to cone 8 instead? 8. So, close. 5 and 3. Make 8. And then that leaves me with just cone 7 open, which is going to be a James Henry over in the back left. Remember, drivers, if you need to top them off, be sure to do it at the end of this lap.
Cowboy Racer.
Whoever went to cone 10, I need you to go to cone 8. It's on the sweeper. 8, yep. 4 and 4. Thank you.
Zach Croft.
I do appreciate the help, though.
Josh Andrews.
A lot.
Tony Oboy.
Makes my job easier. 7 back left, Henry. Oh, cone 1. Why? That's supposed to be Mark Broderick. That's the point of the numbers. I don't know who to yell at if you go to the wrong one.
Larry Commissar.
Alright, I should be going live off of Cowboy Rizzer in the all yellow. Mark Broderick, you better head on over to the right side of the track for some marshalling, wherever you are. Alright, we're going live off of Cowboy. Okay. Not Cowboy anymore, that's Tony. Different yellow car. Mark Broderick, either you or someone you know better be at cone 1 in the next 30 seconds. Because you're leaving a whole side open for me, and that's not good. It's enough to make me upset. Burns, do me a favor and go to cone 11. Alex, do me a favor. Cone 11. Yes. .210 now, 350 to go. Cowboy, your current leader, 2/10 up on Tony. So the two yellow buggies next to each other on the track. Also top two currently. Cowboys in the yellow with a white wing, yellow and a black wing. That's going to be Tony. Then you got Chris Klein in the number 3 in the all red. He's also with them on the track. So your top 3 together on the clock. And in, well, out there. You then got Larry hanging out in the number 4 on an 8:09, Dockery on an 8:14, Tristan on an 8:16, and it's Andrews, Cataldo, Zach rounding out the rest of the field. Hot lap going to go to Chris Klein, 44.3. Got 44s from the top 3 in this race. This is again heat 2 of 3 for Expert Nitro Buggy. Which means up next will be race number 10, the third and final heat. If you think you're fast with the Nitro car, guess what? You're probably up next. 3:30 down, 2:30 to go. 3/10 separates your top 3. I'm going to talk about that. Your top three are currently working themselves through the right-hand side into the step on, step off. Tony's leading the pack on the track. Cowboys leading the pack on the clock. And Klein is sitting third in both. .44 flat, 44-1, Cowboy and Klein. They're picking up the pace, putting some pressure on Tony, but Tony is not budging. Doesn't seem to feel the pressure. Ooh, Klein with a little bit of a mistake on the front stretch. He was sitting second. That should just put him down to number 3. Should stay on the 9-lap pace, though. Top 3 are the only ones on 9s. He got a pretty big gap back to Jared Docker. He's on an 8 and 13. He's got 3/10 up on Cataldo, though, so he has to stay on his toes and make sure he keeps pinning it. Andrews and Larry, they're currently going at it for that number 5, 6, and Tristan and Crop. All of them on 8s. 45 seconds to go. Again, up next will be race number 10. Heat 3 of 3 for Expert Nitro Buggy. Less than 10 to go. Your top 2 still together on the track. Order on the track hasn't changed. Cowboys still leading on the clock. Keep going till your name gets called, guys. Interesting dynamic from the top 2. We'll have to wait and see how that shakes out at the end of this lap. Klein, you were the first one down with an 8 and 05. That was Chris Klein. Everybody else still live, though, so we'll just keep on going. Josh, you're done with an 8 and 18.7. Taldo done with an 8 and 11. Tristan Klein done with an 8 and 18.3. Larry done with an 8 and 19. Dockery 8 and 12. Tony 9 and 42. Cowboy 9 and 41. Zach 8 and 36. So Cowboy going to take the win. Tony going to take the 2. Neither one of them going to pass each other on the track. They're just going to win off the time. That was interesting. Chris Klein going to take the 3 in that. Cataldo going to take the 4. Dockery going to take the 5. And then that's your top 5.
Brett Butler.
So violent, Thomas. All right. I'll need everyone back on out there for some marshalling. Could use one guy at cone 10 right after the long, not the long double, the front double. It's an easy spot. All right, guys, I can fill out the rest of the cones, hit the track a while, get them checked in, warmed up. It's like, huh, Pops is getting some nitro knowledge, I see. I like it. Now we just got to get the card. All right. You guys need to top them off. Be sure to do it at the end of this lap. 6-minute stints. Down an extra 2 laps worth of fuel. If you normally are struggling to make the 5, definitely should come on in. And I think everyone will.
Greg Harmer, David Harvey, Kyle Lloyd, Davis Taylor, Thomas
The
Kaufman,
false quiet
Gavin
as they all come in the pits. I got a check-in from everyone, so we're good there. All the marshal spots are filled. Thank you, guys. So, next car line will be the first one live. Looks like that's going to be Colton Fernari. It looks like it shall be Colton. Alright, guys, once you cross that line, your time clock will start. No one's coming, no one's coming. You got a while. All good. And everyone being so patient, spacing themselves out. It's a good example to set. So time to beat was a 9 and 41 set by Cowboy in the last race. Looks like that was Lloyd getting a little wrong in the back. Yep. Yeah, that's his body for nitro. Two down, 4 to go. Out front's going to be Ethan Mechanic, currently on a 9 and 26. Good enough to reset the TQ. Shrep in the 2. Looks like he's going to be out early. So, that's going to shake some things up. Doesn't change the fact that Ethan's on a new TQ pace. That does, however, put Thomas Kaufman up in the number 2. That'll put Brett to the 3, Harmer to the 4, Harvey to the 5, Davis 6, Nipple 7, Colton 8, and then Lloyd the 9. Holla was and still belongs to Jason Schreffler, 42-4. Got a 42-8 last time around from Ethan, his second one in a row. Then you got a 42-7 from Thomas, then you got 43s and 44s from the rest of the field. Ethan taking round number 1, looking to lock in the overall TQ. And with the early retirement of Jason Scheffler, that could give one of the lower guys a chance to score some good points. $130 to go, $130 to go. Brett putting down a personal best. 42.8 puts him up into the number 2 spot, just a second and a half over Thomas. They're both. Let's see real quick. Running order is going to be Ethan, Brett, Thomas, Harmer, Nipple, and Harvey. Your top 6 better than the old TEQ. Davis is flirting to get on that 9-lap pace and potentially hop on that train. Then it's Fernari. Make that Loy, then Fernari on mid to low 8s. With 50 seconds to go, it's looking pretty good for Ethan to take round number 2 and the overall. Up next will be race number 11. Heat 1 of 2 for intermediate electric buggy. There's the tone, guys. Keep going till your name gets called. Colton, you were done with an 8 and 11. So far, you're the only one done. Davis Taylor, you're done. Kyle Loy, you're done. Davis with an 8 and 6 flat. Kyle with an 8 and 02. Brett Butter done with a 9 and 31. Ethan done with a 9 and 24. That's going to take round 2. Harmer done with a 9 and 36. Harvey, you are done with a 9 and 39.3. Keep those tenths in mind. Got 2 cars still alive. Thomas done with a 9 and 37. Just waiting on Gavin, and he'll finish out with a 9:39.2. That's a race.
The race is completed.
So Ethan going to take that. Lock in TQ. Butter going to take the 2 in that one. Harmer the 3. Thomas the 4. Nipple going to take the 5. Need everyone back on out there as race number 11 about to get underway. While we wait on some marshals and some drivers to get ready, figure just go over a little something. We are taking a 30-minute break between rounds 1, 2, and 3 for trick-or-treating. Again, there will be a 30-minute break after this round. So if you end up breaking something today, or I don't know, just want to glue up tires, buy something, eat something, there's a little bit of time coming up.
Tim Voss. Dawson
Plan accordingly.
Chad Swartz.
There was a B. All right, guys, hit the track a while. Get them checked in.
Blaze Malinowski, Jeremy Kipp, Dennis Brew, Patrick Colliver, Ricky Mazanti.
You might want to help some cars out at the bottom. They're kind of figuring it out. We'll call it figuring it out. Gas it and brake hard. Should knock them off. Eventually worked. Yep. Look good on the cones. Look good on the drivers. Everyone checked in. So, we'll be going live off the next car to the line, which is looking like... That's not Drake's paint scheme. Close, though. Okay, that was Tim. All right, guys, once you cross that line, your time clock will start. I'm gonna say pink and white is having some issues. Try the power button, but if it's anything more, then just drop it. All right. See if it stays on. Oh, that's Brent. I thought you had the low-C curse. The electronics should be working now. That's Dawson in the all blue. That explains the tripling. Oof. You're good, no one's coming. Nice. 150 down, 410 to go. Blaze out front, currently on an 8 and 04. Dawson in the number 2 on an 8 and 09. Dawson's been sending it on the triple. So far been working, not that time. Hopefully the chassis didn't banana. This might sound weird, but check your diff cases afterwards. You might find some indentations in there. You then got Jeremy Kipp in the number 3, currently on an 8 and 13. He's got 8/10 up on Ken Jeffries, who's got 2 seconds up on Dennis Brew. That rounds out your top 5. You then got Tim now up in the top 5. Brew 6, Mesner 7, Swartz 8, Morgan 9, Ricky 10, Joe 11, Patrick 12. Hot lap going to go to Blaze, 45.5 on the opener. 240 down, 320 left. .230 to go, guys. 2:30 left to go. Jeremy in the number 2. Smoji going to fall down to the 3. Blaze currently starting to extend his lead just a little bit. It's up to 2 seconds over Jeremy. Got a second in round number 1. Looking to get a round 2 TQ. That'll put him in contention for the overall as we go into round number 3. But we got 2 minutes left to go, so let's wait before we start going into that too much. Then there's Tim, Kenny, Dennis, all of them right behind them. If any of them make a mistake, they'll be there to collect. Then it's going to be Swartz, Morgan, Mesner, all of them on 8. So Ricky on a low 7 looking to get onto an 8. He's about 4.5 off of an 8 lap pace. You then got Joe about 3 seconds off of Ricky. And you got Patrick also on a 7. Ken going to take the hot lap last time around, 45.4, picking up the pace. Showed up at the very end of signups, got no practice today, and well, not doing too bad. No one's coming. Cleared. 50 seconds to go, guys. 50 seconds to go. 44.6 from Blaze. There's the pace. Uh-oh. Intermittent throttle failure, Brent? It's got back up and rolling, though. It's got to make it another 35 seconds. Speaking of which, less than 30 to go. Up next will be race 12, heat 2 of Intermediate E-Buggy. Well, that's not just sending it, that's oversending it. Who was that, Dennis Brew? Yeah, that sounds about right. Not just hitting a triple, but almost downsiding the quad. I guess it's doable. All right, guys, that was the tone. Keep going until I call your name. Now there's a couple more trying the triple. Remember, guys, I might talk about it, but if you break an arm, that's on you. Joe, you're down with a 7 and 6 flat. So far, you're the only one done. Tim, you're down with an 8 and 16. Well, somebody broke something. I think I heard it was a C-hub. Ricky, you're down with a 7 and 6 flat, .3. Going to take that over Joe just barely. Blaze down with an 8 and 07. Jeremy, Kip, you were down with an 8 and 21. Patrick with a 7 and 34. Mesner done. Brew done. Mesner with an 8 and 48. Brew with an 8 and 32. Looks like this will be the last car coming in line. That should be Chance Swartz, and you are done with an 8 and 46, and that is going to be a race. So it looks like Kenny is out. So Blaze going to take the win. Set time to beat at an 8 and 07. Tim going to take the 2. Jeremy the 3. Brew the 4. Swartz going to round out that top 5. You do all back out there for some marshalling as race 12 works themselves on to the stand. This B keeps coming in here. In case you heard the thuds. All right. I look good on numbers. I'll place them where they need to be. Hit the track, guys.
Don Hillard, Shane Locks, Gordon Miller, Brian Derochers, Xander Niemond, Isaac Niemond, Look.
See, I need a guy over at cone 8. That should be
Kurt Messner, Frank Henry,
Dennis Brew on the left
Landon
side.
Schellenberger.
Yeah, they're on their way. Okay. Not that concerned. All right. Got a check in from everybody except Matt Adams. I know he's on the stand. Car is probably just close to the line. So we should be good there. In fact, I fully believe that, as he's the second car that's going to hit the line when they start. But who is going to start is going to be Don Hillard. All right, guys, when you cross that line, your time starts. Two down, 4 to go. We got Andrew out front, currently on an 8 and 0-2, good enough to reset the TQ. Then you got Laux Bardo and Frank Henry, also all better than the old TQ. And you got Isaac Neiman flirting to get past it. He's currently on an 8 and 0-8. Xander on an 8 and 13. A pace he'll share with Don Hillard. Then Gordon Miller, Matt Adams, Gloop, Brian, Landon, and Kurt. Field looking pretty close at the moment. Grand total of 8 seconds separates the top 12. Okay, now it's 12 seconds. There's a couple more cross. Making a little bit more sense there. See, looks like Don had a little bit of a rough second lap. He's currently on recovery mode. He did TQ round number 1. Currently looking at 6. You can get that up to the number 2 spot. Could at least secure the A main a while. Then work on the overall maybe in around 3. 3 down, 3 to go. Halfway in. Up next will be race 13, heat 1 of 2 for Expert Electric Buggy.
Okay, guys, just as a reminder, we're going to be doing the trick-or-treating between rounds here. So just pay attention, and in between rounds, we'll do our parade with our trick-or-treating.
Just under 2 to go. We're over 2/3 of the way through. Andrew now flirting on that 9 lapper. He's currently on an 8 and 0-1. He's got Frank Henry right behind him on an 8 and 0-3. Laux on an 8 and 0-5. Bardo 8 and 0-6. And then another second, you'll find Don. Another second, you'll find Gordon. And then there's a bit of a gap to the rest of the field. So your top 6 are being nice and close. 4.5 seconds between them. It's Xander, Isaac, Gloop, Brian. Another little freight train. 3 seconds separates those 4 for 7. Then it's Landon, Matt Adams, and
6 laps in for everybody here. Don already on his 7th. Now Shane is as well, and it's the Girolamo out front. 2 seconds up on Laux. Laux is a second and a half on Hillard, who's got 1.3 on Frank Henry. Now Gordon Miller going to go to the 4. He's 1 second back from Don. Frank Henry 2/10 off Gordon, and Quentin a second off of Frank. So your top 6 in a good freight train here. And Quentin making some progress trying to lock himself into the A here after a medium first round. Xander in that 7 spot. He's on a long one right now. There he comes across. That'll drop him down the order a bit. It's going to move Gloop up to the 7. Then Brian, Landon, Matt, Isaac, Xander, and Kurt. Drivers keep going until your name is called. Don, you are the only one done at an 8 and 05. Shane Laux an 8 and 03. Andrew an 8 and 01. So your top 3 going to go quicker than the time set by Blaze. Will Gordon, yes, just barely. Gordon, you're done in 8 and 06. Quentin in 8 and 11. Brian in 8 and 14. Gloop in 8 and 16. Matt Adams in 8 and 23. I've still got 4 more live. Landon, you are done in 8 and 21. Xander, you are done in 8 and 33. Isaac in 8 and 29. Kurt and Frank still live. Looks like Frank's shutting off. Doesn't look like he's going to finish, but Kurt still is coming around the stairs right now. Hold it high. Dawson, don't you do it, Dawson. Don't you do it.
The race is completed.
Okay, now you can do it. All right, so Andrew going to take round number 2 here at an 8 and 01. Then Shane, Don, and Gordon. Your top 4 are going better than the old TQ, which means Blaze will get a 5 for the round. Big improvement there. Then Bardo, DeRochers, Gloop, Schellenberger, Adams, Niemand and Niemand, Messner, and Frank Henry not able to finish, and that'll drop him all the way to the bottom of that heat on a 7 and 5:23. All right, race number 13. We got Expert Electric Heat 1 of 2. We should have no issues with Marshall. Had a full heat last time by. If you are the 12 or 13 car, so Quentin and Kurt, if you don't have any cones to go to, then maybe you could volunteer for the next race. Just a thought. All right, drivers, track's open. Thanks for the quick turnaround, Marshals. That was really solid.
Paul Corey, David Harvey, Chris Klein,
has turned into a beautiful day here at LCRC. So beautiful that I'm going to go put shorts on at the end of this round and then regret it 2 hours later.
Colton Fornari,
All right, looks like we're going to be going live on Mahaki in here. And drivers, when you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. We have these drivers 2 laps here to sort out their pace. see what we're dealing with here in the first of 2 heats for Expert Electric. I will need 3 volunteer marshals after this one. So maybe our 12 and 13 car from the previous race, maybe they'll come back and help us out. I will need 3 volunteers overall. Track still just starting to dry out in a couple spots, but man, I think we're going to probably go the whole day without doing much to it. This is pretty ideal conditions here for the Halloween race. I was glad to see a solid amount of signups this morning. Got us up into the 140s. So pretty normal Halloween race. But beautiful conditions for us. All right, 3 laps in, David Harvey and James Henry just a 10th apart at the head of the field. Harvey just dropped the hot lap 42.7. Henry also has a 42.7. Those two just a second apart right now. And then Gavin Nipple in the 3 spot. I was going to say your top 3 on 9s. Nipple going to drop to an 8 flat. So just Harvey and Henry on 9s right now. Nipple, Fernari, and Mahakian on super low 8s. Could easily get to 9s. And Klein and Korik on 8s. .420 down, 140 left to go. Harvey and Henry still just 1.7 apart out front. There's a new hot lap, 42.6 from Harvey that time by. What will Henry respond with? 43.2. So the gap's going to go up to 2.3 between them. Those two fighting to set the time to beat. Nipple on a 9, Mahakian on a 9, Fernari's on an 8 and 01. So Colton just needs a good lap or 2, and Colton does a great job avoiding Klein while he was wrecking there. Saves the chances of a 9. Less than a minute left to go in this one. Harvey and Henry still your top 2, then 8 seconds back to Nipple and Mahakian, less than a 10th apart. Then 1.7 back to Fernari. Now your top 5 on 9 lap paces. Klein and Korik on 8s. That's the tone, drivers. Keep going until your name gets called. Still everybody live. Everybody's still racing. Dave Harvey, you are done, 9 and 28. Chris Klein, you are done, 8 and 10. Chris Mahakian, you are done, 9 and 40. Gavin Nipple, you are done, 9 and 38. Paul Cork, you are done, 8 and 41. Colton still live. Colton just barely getting that 9th lap. It was pretty close to the line, but he's able to get it. So right now on that 9th lap. No pressure. Certainly not everybody here watching. And Colton going to finish out with a 9 and 41.
The race is completed.
So Dave Harvey going to set the time to beat at a 9 and 28. Nipple a 9 and 38. Mahaki and Fernari, your top 4 on 9-lap paces. Klein and Cork on 8s. Henry going to drop out there at the end after 7. And into race number 14 we go.
Ethan Mack.
Again, going to need 3 volunteers. Maybe we can get cars 12 and 13 from race 12 out here, but still going to need another volunteer on top of that. You said Quentin's a 10? Yeah. That explains a lot. Really does. All right, marshals, let's find your correct cone numbers. Chris, you are cone 6. You are headed in the right direction there. All right, so I need volunteers for 9 and 10. Oh, already got 10. Just need a volunteer for 9 then. Drivers, go ahead and check in a while, and I'll use peer pressure or something to find somebody for cone 9. Just need 1 volunteer marshal for cone number 9.
Justin Drinks. Ezra Korig. Michael Rink.
Again, just need 1 at cone 9. Just need 1 volunteer at cone number 9.
Ryan Lutz.
Just need 1. Give me 1 volunteer. Drivers, when you hit the line, your 6 minutes begins. And I am again begging now. Just 1 volunteer marshal, scoot on out to cone number 9. 1 volunteer marshal, just need 1. Just need 1. Just need 1. Just 1 volunteer is all I need. Just 1 volunteer. Just need 1. Cone 9. All right. Shane gonna bail me out here, and we are underway in the final heat of round number 2 here, the E-Buggy A sort.
Okay, as the final heat of this round has started, just the kids can start assembling up here by the carport where the hayride starts, and we're going to start our trick-or-treat parade from here.
Time to beat was a 9 and 28. We'll let them get their second laps in here and have a look at who's going to challenge it. Ooh, Alex going to catch the lip wrong on that big double. Does a little front flip, but keeps on going in the right direction. All right, we got our second laps in here. Lutz out front on a 9 and 13. Harmer on a 9 and 23. Loy was on a 9 and 27, but he'll drop out here. So just your top two better than the old TQ. Then EMAC leading the freight train of Mechanic, Burns, Drinks, Rinky, Butter, and Morse super tight together. And then Ezra. Burns going to be upside down there, losing some time. It's going to drop him off the freight train. But the freight train's going to gain one. So Let's out front right now on a 9 and 12. He's already got a good gap going. Harmer in the 2 spot. Mechanic in the 3, half a second back from him. Rinky within a second. Everybody's within a second of the guy in front of him down through Harmer, Mechanic, Rinky, Butter, Morris, and Drinks. 2nd through 7th are separated by 2.1. 5 spots, 2 seconds. 6 spots, 2 seconds. Decent. Seven laps in here. Lutz out front on a 9 and 15. Hot lap is a 40.8, so the first 40 we've seen today, I believe. I didn't call the Nitro A sort, so maybe it happened, but I think that's the first one of the day. Harmer drops a 41.5. He's 7.5 back from Lutz right now on a 9 and 25. Mechanic on a 9 and 27. Morris on a 9 and 33, followed so closely by Drinks, Butter, and Rinky, but Drinks is nowhere to be seen. Drivers, that was the tone. Keep going till your name is called. Keep going till your name is called. Greg Harmer, you are done, a 9 and 24. Burns, an 8 and 04. Corrick, an 8 and 17. Mechanic, a 9 and 27. Morse, a 9 and 33. Lutz, a 9 and 16. Rinky a 9 and 34, and Butter a 9 and 34. Just going to edge out Rinky for the 5 spot. And that's a race, drivers.
The
That's a
race is
race.
completed.
So Ryan Lutt's going to TQ round number 2 here and lock down Expert E Buggy with a 9 and 16, which I think is pretty dang similar to what he ran last round. Then Harmer going to put in another 2. Mechanic going to put in a 3rd, which is much needed after a 9 in round number 1. Then Morse, Butter, Rinky, your top 6 on 9s. And I believe that slots Harvey into the 4 spot for the round. So Harvey's going to grab a 4. And Burns and Cork were on 8s in that one. Burns going to get an 11, and Cork unknown. All right, drivers, there will be a 30-minute break. So round 3 won't begin until 2:20. Round 3 will begin at 2:20. 2:20. 2:20.
All stay together, okay? And we will see everybody, and they have plenty of candy for all of us, okay? So you ready? Okay, trick-or-treating has begun. We are starting out front right behind the driver's stand, so if you want to participate in trick-or-treating, come on up, and we all move together around the facility as a big group. So all kids are welcome. I think our trick-or-treaters made it all the way around. So now we are going to get ready to go on our next hayride. So we're going to take a select group on a hayride if you have not yet gone on one. And that will leave here in the next couple minutes. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Woo-hoo.
Check one. Hey guys, just a couple of friendly little reminders to our Halloween participants. We do have awards for Best Costume and Spookiest Pit. We will present those awards at the conclusion of the third round right here in the podium area. So if you would like to participate in the costume contest, and or if you have your pit decorated, I would recommend leaving it up here for just a little bit. Yeah. So first heat of round 3, you guys should start thinking about making your way over to staging. E-Buggy A Resort, you guys should be making your way out to Marshall here very shortly.
10 scale guys, you want to start making your way onto those blocks? 10 scale guys, you want to start making your way onto those blocks? As soon as I see you pretty much all on there, then we'll bring you on up. And in just a moment or so here, we'll be looking for the E-Buggy A sort out to Marshall. We'll need that E-Buggy A sort out to Marshall plus 1 volunteer.
Matt Adams. Paul Corrig.
All right, 10 scale drivers, you can take the stand. 10 scale drivers, you can take the stand. E-Buggy A sort out to Marshall. E-Buggy A sort out to Marshall. That will be Mr. Ryan Lutz, Greg Harmer, Brett Butter, Colin Morse, Ethan Mechanic, Michael Rinke, Alex Burns, Gavin Nipple, and D. Harv. All right, drivers, track's open.
Matt Adams' son. Dennis Brew. Chance Swartz. Ricky Mazanti. Brady McCune. Mark Broderick. Cooper Marksicki. Kenny Jeffries. Steve Sashik. Patrick Colligan.
Okay, drivers, when you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. Watching the valley. And away we go. Most of our lap ones in the books here watching the Valley. All clear. Good job, everybody. All right, 2 laps in for most here. Dennis Brew is your leader. Dennis could definitely use a TQ round here. Matt Adams got the first 2. Dennis is sitting 6th overall at the moment, but I believe he had a 2 in round number 1. So if he can get a TQ here, that'll put him 2nd on the grid for the mains. Watch between the doubles, watch between the doubles. And we are all clear. Brett just pulling a hammy. Should have sauced him. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. Oh, he's still hustling. Look at him go. Do you need a tag out? I'm asking. It's 3 minutes left. It's 10 scale. There's a lot of work left to do for you. .330 down, 2:30 to go. Dennis Brew is your leader. Never mind, Ken Jeffries is your leader. Here comes Kenny. Kenny out front right now, 1.7 up on Dennis. I think that this battle between Kenny and Dennis, as long as it stays the battle for 1st and 2nd, will be the battle for who starts 2nd tomorrow. Pretty sure that's the implication here. Dennis now going to take it back, 4/10 up on Kenny. What kind of laps Kenny going to have here? Looks like a pretty good one. Kenny going to take it back, 1.5 between them. Kenny and Dennis with 1.5 to go. They are battling for 2nd on the grid tomorrow as Matt Adams has it locked up. Matt just had a long lap, so Kenny and Dennis won't be under any pressure from him here. 1:10 left to go in this one. Matt Adams and Steve Saychuk, 3rd and 4th, are just about 2 seconds apart. Then a big gap, 14 seconds back to Ricky. Then it's Chance and Paul, less than a 10th apart for 6th. And Matt Adams' son, Colligan, McCune. Looks like Mark Saki out of this one. Coming down towards the end of this one, Kenny just dropped hot lap of the race of 46.8. Kenny wants to be starting 2nd on the grid tomorrow, and he's doing what needs to be done. Drivers, that was the tone. Keep going until your name is called. Keep going until your name is called. Just half a second between your top 2 right now. This is going to be close. Who's going to start 2nd behind Matt Adams? Is it going to be Kenny or Dennis? We're going to find out here in the next 30 seconds. Steve Saychuk, you are done a 7 and 07. Brady, you are done a 6 and 16. Ricky, you are done a 7 and 22. Paul Corrick is 7 and 26. Patrick Colligan, you're done a 6 and 15. Matt Adams' son, a 7 and 33. Dennis Brewer, you're done a 6 and 34.9. Matt Adams, an 8 and 45. Jan Schwartz, a 7 and 39. Can Kenny do it? Can Kenny get to the line in time? Oh, will that bobble be the difference?
All
And
drivers are finished.
oh, Kenny's going to miss it. Dennis is going to start second tomorrow. He just took that one by 1.7 over Kenny.
The race is completed.
Good battle in there between those two. Dennis, Kenny, Matt, Steve, Ricky, Paul, Matt Adams' son, Chance, Patrick, and Brady. Your running order there. Race number 2, novice. Come on up. Need the drivers from that last one back out to Marshall. We should have enough.
Cooper Taylor. Richard Willow.
Need Kenny at cone 2, so Kenny come down the hill a little bit. It's right in front of you. Cone number 4 should be Matt Adams' son. Cone 4, Matt Adams' son. All right, well, if he's at 10, 10 was supposed to be Cooper. The cone 4 covered guys had 13 in that last race, although 2 of them didn't show up. 11 is still plenty. Paul's going to grab that. All right, driver's track's open.
Jonathan Willow. Panda. Jontel Heil. Joe Johnston. Matt Adams' son. Shylin Heil. Rylan Fuhrer. Colton Bassler. Chris Nornold.
Watch the big double, watch the big double. Caution, big double. All clear. Looks like I am missing Frank Sr. Missing Frank Sr. When you hit the line, your 6 minutes begins. Oh, looks like one stuck in the middle there, trying to marshal himself, but you can't hop the pipe uphill. It's just not how physics work. Caution down at the bottom of the second double in the back, and all clear. Lap ones are still rolling in here looking for our lap twos before we have a look at the order. Lap twos are rolling in. Braden's already locked up the TQ by taking the first 2 rounds here. But Rylan Fear is your leader in round 3. Three laps in now. Rylan 4 seconds up on Panda. Panda's got 5 on Braden. Braden hot lap the race that time, 46.8. He'll close back in on Panda, just a second back. Then Nornold, Adams, Taylor, Johnston, Bassler, Heil, Willow, Heil, Willow. It's Rich Willow, then Chantel, then Shylin, then Jonathan. Four and a half down, 1.5 left to go. Rylan hanging on to the lead still here with 30 seconds left. 2.5 up on Panda. Then it is Braden. Your top 3 staying pretty close together, and then a 34-second gap back to Nornold. Johnston, Adams, and Taylor tight together from 5 through 7. And Bassler, and Chantel, and Richard less than a second apart for 9th. Shylin, then Jonathan. Watch on the step on, step off, on the step on, step off, on the step on, step off. Steve, turn around, Steve, turn around, Steve, turn around. Drivers keep going till your name's called. Drivers keep going till your name is called. Oh my. Keep going, drivers, keep going. Rich Willow, you are the only one done, 6 and 06. Braden, you are done, 8 and 31. Last lap, fast lap, 45.6. Jonathan, you are done, a 4 and 01. Chantel, a 6 and 12. Matt Adams, a 7 and 26. Panda, an 8 and 43. Cooper Taylor, a 7 and 44. Nornold, a 7 and 33. Johnson, a 7 and 40. Fear, an 8 and 48. Should just be Colton and Shylin still live. Colton and Shylin still live. Colton, you are done, a 7 and 49.
All drivers are finished.
And Shylin is done, a 6 and 7.
The race is completed.
All right. So Braden Benner gonna steal that one away at the end. Panda and Rylan both with long last laps. So Braden goes 3 for 3 today here in novice. And then it was Panda grabbing a 2, Rylan a 3. Top 3 on 8 lap paces. Then Adams, Nornold, Johnston, Taylor, Bassler on 7s. Rich Willow, Chantel, Shylin, Jonathan Willow, rounding out your order. Race number 3, heat 1 of 2 for 40 plus E buggy. Got them on the stand, ready to go. Just need the drivers from that last race back out to Marshall.
Paul Corrick.
Cone 7 in the back left should be Colton. Need Colton in the back left at cone 7. Need Colton Bassler at cone number 7. Colton. Hello? Where did he go? Did he vanish? Colton Bassler, cone number 7. Got a Marshall after your race. Track's open.
Mac Messner. Patrick Colligan. Joe DiGirolamo. Frank Henry.
All right, drivers. I am missing a check-in from Brent and Toby. Brent was probably just sitting close to the line. He's out there. We're good to go. Hi, Toby. When you cross that line, your 6 minutes will begin. Don't you have like 7 cars or something? Can't you just run a different one? 2 laps into this one, Frank Henry leading the way on an 8 flat. Paul's on an 8 and 21, Mac an 8 and 29, Brent an 8 and 37, and Joe and Patrick on 7s. Just past halfway now, 3:10 down, 2:50 to go. Frank in that all yellow low C is leading the way. Don't look now though, he just wrecked. He's trying to jump a pipe uphill. Well, he gets it done eventually. Probably going to fall off of that 9-lap pace that he just got onto. And he will, back down to an 8 and 13. Paul's about 4 seconds back from him there. Make that 3.5 back. Then 7 back to Mac and Brent, just a second apart for 3rd and 4th. Then Joe, then Patrick. Just under a minute left in this one. Not much has changed. Brent going to go to the 3 spot, Mac to the 4. Still just a second between them. And Joe going to move up to an 8-lap pace now. putting in a 48 and a 47 the last couple times by. Coming up next, race number 4, the A sort of 40 plus. Right now, Frank looking to set a time to beat for those guys. Had that couple rough laps in the middle here. But he started strong, and right now looking like he'll finish strong here, getting towards a low 8. Drivers keep it going until your name is called. Patrick, you are done. A 7 and 12. Frank, you are done. An 8 and 10. That's going to be the time to beat coming out of this heat there. An 8 and 6:10 from Frank. Brent, you are done. An 8 and 34. Joe, you are done. An 8 and 41. Paul, you were done an 8 and 24.
All drivers are
And
finished.
Mac, you were done an 8 and 41.
The race is completed.
So Frank Henry going to set the time to beat at an 8 and 10. Paul going to go second with an 8 and 24. Brent with an 8 and 34. Joe and Mac both with 8 and 41s, and Pat with a 7 and 12. Race number 4. Got the A sort of 40 plus up here. Yeah. See, we got expert electric, and then we got 40 plus electric. Because we got our full-time pros and our guys who are full-time old. Drivers in that last one need you back out there. And some volunteers. Need some volunteers to get this one going. That was a pretty light heat. There was 7 scheduled to be in it, and then there were only 6. So I am going to need some volunteer effort here to keep things rolling. So we'll get our first 6 cones covered by the guys from that last race, and then after that, 7, 8, 9, and 10, we'll need a little help. I guess 5, 8, 9, and 10, for being technical about it. Looks like I got a couple volunteers on the left side there, so thank you for that. Let's see, how many more do we need? Need somebody for cone 9. J-Max got 9 for me, thank you. And drivers, as soon as J-Mac clears the big double, then you can send them.
Mike Ream.
Go ahead.
Gordon Miller.
Thanks to our volunteer
Don Miller.
marshals on the left side
Larry
over there
Thompson.
to help keep things
Randy
moving.
Heil. Dennis Brew. Steve Sashik. Tim Voss.
I think I see the shadow of a human near 10. 4 should be Frank Henry. Oh, Frank's over at 6. Uh-oh, we forgot how to count again. Yeah, that works, Paul. That's good. Here they come. Watching the big doubles, watching the big doubles. Back doubles, back doubles. We are all checked in, and drivers, next time you hit the line, your 6 minutes will begin. Frank, you can scoot over to 5 there, on your right. Yeah, that works. Thank you. Got one lap in here. We'll let him get 2 laps in before we have a look at our pace. Time to beat was an 8 and 6:10 from Frank. We'll see if and how many can top that. Drivers, make sure you have a look at the round 3 heat sheets and you make sure you know what heat you're in. It will look a little different from last round with the resort. And then E-Trucks, you're going to get to enjoy a less crowded round this time like the rest of us have enjoyed all day. Oh, Marshall in front of you, in front of you, in front of you, down at the stairs. Watch in the gully on the right side, and that's all clear as well. Nobody's coming, Paul. You got time. All right, halfway. 3:10 down, 2:50 to go. Don is out front on an 8 and 6 flat, flirting with a 9-lap pace. Dennis and Gordon tight together for second and third. And those are your top 3 better than the old TQ. Right now, Randy just 3 seconds off of the old TQ. And Larry, Tim, and Steve on 8s as well, and Mike on a 7. Four and a half down, 1.5 to go. Don a 4-second lead right now, and Don back onto a 9-lap pace. And now back to an 8 flat. Back and forth we go. Forty seconds left in this one. Don right now fighting for a 9-lap pace. He's on an 8 flat still. Dennis in the 2 spot. Only your top 2 better than the old TQ right now. Larry's got to make about 3 seconds if he's going to get by Frank's old time, but he's got Randy within a second of him for that 3 spot in the heat, 4th overall. Gordon, Tim, Steve, and Mike. Up next, race number 5 is the first of 2 heats for E-Truck. That's right, E-Truck. You get to have normal-sized heats this round. Don, you are done an 8 and 6 flat .2. Darn. Dennis, you're done an 8 and 05, and Larry, you're done an 8 and 11. So only Don and Dennis going to beat Frank's DQ. That gives Frank a 3 for the round. I think that'll put Frank in the A main. Gordon, you are done an 8 and 20. Mike, you are done a 7 and 18. Randy, you are done an 8 and 15. Steve, you are done an 8 and 31. Tim, you are done an 8 and 24.
The race is completed.
So Don going to take, I think, all 3 rounds here in 40 plus. Then it's going to put in a 2 there. That's going to help out as he was 7th coming into the round, but that means he'll drop his bad result, and I think he has 2 pretty dang good ones now. Then there's Larry, Randy, Gordon, Tim, Steve, and Mike, and again, Frank with a 3 for the round.
All right, looks like I had 8 in that last race. I could use some more help. We're getting close. We're over 2/3 of the way through. Don't have to ask too many more times today. But if anybody does want to help me out, 9 and 10 are some of the easiest spots on the track. So on the left side. Let's see. Hey Gordon, can I come down to cone 2 instead? And then, yeah. And then that should, yep, that'll get us moving. All right, guys, hit the track, get them checked in, get warmed
Chad
up.
Swartz, David Harvey,
Don't
Rodney
kill
Hahn,
Gordon.
Zach Luke,
He's probably
Dennis
going to
Brew,
flip a good bit of you.
Steve Sashik, Dale Stittinger.
He's spry for his age. He's pretty quick marshaling. All right, I got a check-in from everyone, so we're good on that front. We'll be going live off the next car in the line, which is probably going to be Harvey, as long as he doesn't find the dirt again. And he is not on darted, so we'll be going live off of Harvey. Everyone, when you cross that line, your timed clock will start. See, a couple people are playing a little smart. Rodney's gonna wait up a little bit, get some breathing room in front, so he can put on the charge early. I think that's Sachuk getting a little frisky with the triple there. Just gonna let him cross the line one time. See if that is him. Yeah, it is. Personal best of a 46.0 that time as well. Puts him up in the 3-year complete order. With 155 down, 405 to go. Is going to be Harvey out front, currently on a 9-lap pace. Zach Luke in the 2 on an 8 and 22. And you got Swartz, Steininger, and Sachuk a throughway battle for the 3 spot. Just about 2 seconds separates them. They're all on 8s as well. Ronnie Howell then on an 8 and 48, and Dennis Brew flirting with it on a 7 and 04. Hot lap going to go to Harvey, 43.3 last time around. .330 down, 2:30 to go. Had a nice gaggle of cars coming across. That's going to settle out some things. In the midfield, Harvey's still cranking out a couple of hot laps. Last time around, 42.7, backed it up with a 42.3. So, he's a moving, pink and silver. And then I said his name. Well, that'll change some things up. Zach Luke's going to take over that top spot. Swartz will then move up into the number 2. He's about 5.5 seconds back from Zach. Then you got Heil, Sachuk, Brew, and then Steininger, Dennis, and Dale. About second apart right now. Dennis on a high 8, Dale on a high 8. Both of them battling just to stay on that 8-lap pace. Forty seconds to go. 40 seconds to go. I only have 7 in this race, so if anybody wants to help me out again. You guys have been doing great with that today. Haven't had to wait much at all. I know you've heard me ask a bunch, but just want to say thank you for your cooperation with that. Let's finish out the day like that, just so we can have a nice, smooth end. 15 seconds left. Zach Luke, still your leader. Currently dropping his pace down a couple seconds. It's going to give Swartz a little bit of a chance to catch right on up. But he only has 5 seconds to do it, so he's going to need a mistake out of Zach as we come into the closing couple of seconds. And there's the tone. So drivers, keep going until I call your name. Dale, you are done with a 7 and 6 flat. Swartz, you're done 8 and 24. Zach, you're done with an 8 and 18. Saychuk 8 and 31. Ronnie 8 and 30. Dennis 8 and 36. Everyone, that is a race. Zach Luke going to take the win and set the time to beat at an 8 and 18. Sports going to take the 2. Heil the 3. Saychuk 4. Brew 5. Steininger 6. And Harvey the 7. Need all of you guys back on out there. As race number 6 works themselves onto the stand. And then, guys, I will need some help on this race. Only had 7 in the last one.
Greg Harmer to pit lane. Greg Harmer to pit lane.
You see a majority of the field is already out there from the last one, but again, guys, any and all help is greatly appreciated. I'll put you in the easiest spots if that helps. Or if you're a certain Greg Harmer, I usually have a deal with you. All right, guys, hit the track while, get them checked in. I got marshals working themselves out there.
Colin Morse, Rob Caruso, Shane
Just
Loss,
going to shout out to turn
Matt
2
Adams,
again.
Quentin
I don't like
Barton,
to call on them ton, but when I'm in a pinch, they always do what they can.
Ryan Lutz,
All right. We'll be going live off of Red Butter then. Once you guys cross that line, your timed clock will start. And I'm already seeing some new lines. Not going to tell you what they are, but you should come take a look if you haven't already. All right, we're 140 down, 420 to go. About half the field has their second laps in, and I'm seeing a Lutz off to the side. Oh no, we broke it. Well, on the good news, that means somebody else might have a chance at getting a TQ. That little error is going to put Brett Butter up into the 1. Should put Colin Morse then up into the number 2. Lauxton the number 3. Bardo 4. Caruso 5. Matt Adams the 6. I don't know if Hot Lap's going to get beat though. It was a 42-3 from Lutz. Butter is close, 42-4. Everyone else is going to be a 43 or longer. So with 3 minutes to go, halfway in. Time to beat was an 8 and 18 set by Zach Luke. Right now it looks like top 3 better than the old TQ. Butter, Morse, and Laux. Butter and Morse the only ones on 9 lap paces, but Shane is close. He's inching his way there. Dropped his pace down to an 8 and 02. Picking about 6/10 on that last lap. Butter sending it for the triple. Looked a little timid at the beginning of the round, but he's getting his bearings together. Haven't seen Colin do it yet. Wondering if it's possible with the truggy body. Probably is possible, just a bit more difficult. Anyways, he's got about 3.5 seconds to catch up to Brett if he wants a chance to TQ in round number 3. Then after Shane in the number 3 spot, you got Caruso, currently hanging out in the 4. Going an 8 and 16. He's got about 2.5 seconds up on Bardo. He's only got 5/10 on Matt Adams. Feel relatively close within each other. 150 left, and up next will be race number 7, 40 plus Nitro Buggy. And it looks like Colin's car has lost power. He did have an inside chance of getting into the TQ spot. Now it looks like Brett's just going to set it in cruise control and hope that the bad luck doesn't go to him. I think that puts 3 cars that were in contention for the TQ in this round officially breaking early. Just got a minute to live. On the good side, though, that means Shane's going to be hanging out in the 2. Caruso now into the 3. Then Quentin and Matt Adams for the top 5 and the currently running 5. As we come in the closing stages, I'm just going to ask again, if you can volunteer or want to volunteer or just want to be a nice person and help me, I'll happily take some volunteer marshals on the next one. I only have 7 in this as well. And I have a field of old men coming up. And it's a good bit of them, too. 10. All right, guys, keep going till your name gets called. Shane, you are done with an 8 and 02. All right, all of you guys are racing them to the line. Something I don't normally say until tomorrow. Caruso, you finished out with that 8 and 10. Quentin with an 8 and 16.4. Butter with a 9 and 27. Keep that .4 in mind, Quentin. As Matt Adams comes across the line to finish out with an 8 and 16.0. Going to snag it at the end, take the 4 spot. And that's going to be a race. So Brett's going to take round number 3. Shane going to take the 2. Caruso 3. Matt 4. And Quentin the 5. Need all of you guys back out there. And any helpers that want to help me out. It's Nitro. I know that sounds scary. But that's why wings and tires exist. They are the easiest, biggest points to grab, and they are safe.
Ryan Derochers. Will Walker.
Then the good news is I don't have to ask for nearly as many after this one, too. Maybe one or two here and there, but definitely not more than 2. For this one, I'm going to need about 3 to get us nice and good. It is a full field. You want to give him the normal cones, all 10. Brett's going to look at me funny, trying to figure out where he needs to go. Hey, Brett. That's 11. You're 2. Car 2. You might have finished first.
Rob Caruso.
Again, guys, I need some help over at the 8 and 9. I see somebody's going to help me out at one of them. If I could just get a guy to help me out with the other one, we'll be all good. But again, I do need another volunteer over on that left-hand side of the track. I got a hand raised, which means they're going for it. Who wants to help my boy Lutz by going to the easiest marshalling spot? At cone 1. I'll figure it out. You guys hit the track a while, get them checked in. Track's good, track's good. Hey Dawson, could I ask you for a favor? No? Ah, then I won't ask you for that favor. That's a fair point. If you guys need to fuel them up, be sure to do it at the end of this lap.
Kevin Lowe. Randy Hine. Josh Andrews. Larry Thomaser. Mike Reed. Carlos Cruz.
Appreciate it, Gavin. All right, we got everyone checked in. Everyone, I think, fueled up, because that's the smart thing to do. So, we'll be going live off the next car. It's going to be... I don't know that body. I'm going to learn it as they cross the line here in the next 5 seconds. That was Josh Andrews. Okay. I like the scheme. Guys, when you cross that line, your time clock will start, as you've already crossed it, in which case you're already live. 155 down, 4:05 to go. Current race leader is going to be Larry. He's out in front, flirting on that 9-lap pace already. He's on an 8:01. You then got Carlos Cruz currently on an 8:12, rocking that red, and I think his is the green Kia show. Nope, not the green. Getting my Cruzes confused. Ah, the white one. That makes sense. Then you got Rob Caruso hanging out in the number 3 spot. He's only on an 8:14, not far off from Carlos. Then you got Randy Heil and Kevin Muma rounding out your top 5. Then you got Andrews, Walker, and Brian all on 8s. Toby on a 7. Reem on a 5. Looks like they're trying to figure some things out. Three down, 3 to go. We have reached the halfway point. Up next will be race number 8, 1A scale Nitro Truggy. From what I'm hearing, it's a servo on Mike's car. All right. So Larry's just putting in some nice, consistent low 45s the entire race. Has a 44.8 as his hot lap. Caruso, though, had a little bit of a rough start. Been backing it up, though, with some mid-44s. Let's put him in the number 2 and only 8/10 back from Larry, the leader. So Rob trying to put in a charge right now. Blue, white, going through the step-on, step-offs. Then got Carlos Cruz cruising on an 8:12. He's been staying at that pace. He's been consistent about it. Just has to turn on the afterburners and pick it up another notch. Luckily, there is only one heat, so feel pretty safe about all of you guys being in the A, so send it. Look for those 10ths. You then got Kevin then hanging out in the 4, sharing a pace with Randy Heil. 4/10 between those two. Then you got Josh Andrews, Will Walker, Brian now on an 8, and Toby on a 7. So far, your top 2, the only ones to get into the 44s for their hots. Everyone else looking to be a 45, 46, or a 47. And the majority is 47. 50 to go, guys. 50 seconds left to go. Up next will be race number 8, 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy. That was the tone drivers. Keep going till your name gets called. Larry, you're done with an 8:03. So far, Larry's going to be the only one done. Everybody else is still alive. Andrews, you're done with an 8:24. Caruso, you were done with an 8:09. Kevin, you were done with an 8:22. Randy, 8:27. Carlos, 8:10. Got a couple stragglers finishing out. However, I can say with confidence that Larry's going to take round number 3. I don't remember if he took the first couple rounds, but should be good for an overall TQ. Then Brian, you're done with an 8 and 49, and that is a race.
The race is completed.
So Larry going to take round number 3. Caruso going to take the 2. Carlos, Kevin, and Andrews rounds out your top 5. I'll need all 10 of you back out there as my next set of drivers get ready to come on up.
Dawson S. emoji.
And there wasn't any back-to-backs, so we should be good. So, like, you guys on the Stones should probably start working yourselves up here. Hey, guys.
Rodney Hall.
Hello? Coming. You sitting this one out, Brett? Looks like it. It's more important than you realize. I'm pretty sure TQ gets a 0, and second gets 2. So TQ in round 3 might be someone's saving grace.
Dale Stittinger.
Alright, I have a couple cones filled, but it's only 2. I'll find them. So drivers, hit the track a while, get them warmed up. I am missing cone number 6, which would be Josh Andrews in the dead middle. Cone 8 was Mike Ream over on the left side by the sweeper, and I see a couple work themselves out, so I feel like we'll be good. Remember, guys, if you need to fuel them up, be sure to do it on this lap. It's a 6-minute stint. I know the Truggy tanks are bigger. And I know there's probably no internal limiters in them. But I got nothing. It's still your call to fuel up. And it looks like a majority is taking it.
Tony O'Boy.
Better be safe than sorry. See, everybody's checked in. We're not going live off Brian because, nope, wasn't the car I was looking for. We'll be going live off of, I believe, not Cody. It's a white bruggy. I'll figure out whose it is as soon as they cross that line. But we'll be going live off of them. All right, once you guys cross that line, your time clock will start. Oh, that was for Nari. That's right, Mike drives the all-white bodies. majority of the field on their completing their second laps. So let's start going through that order. We got Cataldo out front, currently on a 9:35. Cruz and Stainer right behind him on 9 and 37s. Fernari on a 40 then. Your top 4 on 9 lap paces. Fernari's starting to reel them in. 44.2 last time around will help that. Then you got Tony O'Boy in the number 5, but it looks like he's going to have a little bit of a long one, so let's see where that shakes everyone out. Zach Luke up to the 5 instead. Tony in the number 6. Both of them on 8s and 12s. Tony on an 8 and 13. Then you got Samoji in the number 7 on an 8 and 15, so he's not far out. Then you got Dockery, Heil, and Steininger all on 8s as well. Whole field boogie in a little bit. Hot lap going to go to Brian Cruz, a 43.5 on the opener. Backed it up with a couple 44s. Somebody going on over the left side. I believe that was going to be Rodney. Yep. $320 down, $240 to go, just over halfway into it. Cody responding to that hot lap set by Cruz with a 43.7. 2/10 off of the hot lap of the race, but he's been putting in consistently low 44s. Nothing higher than a .2. Able to keep him out in front of Cataldo. He's only 2/10 up on Cataldo. Then he's got Fernari working his way up the order. Slowly but surely, he's only a second back from Cataldo and a second and a half back from Sainer. And you got Brian Cruz. He's still hanging on to that 9-lap pace, falling back a little bit. Everyone else just putting in some 43s here and there, and that's what's making the difference. Zach trying to do everything he can to hang on to that 5 spot. Dockery's going to hang on to it for now, though. So Zach going to go down to the 6. $20 seconds to go, guys. 20 seconds to go. I've been staying quiet because your top 4 are making it interesting. I'm going to let them battle it out till the end. Currently, it's Sainer, Cataldo, Fernari, and Cruz. Then it's Dockery, Samoji, Heil, oh boy, and Steininger. Looks like Zach out after 5. And there's the tone. Keep going till your name gets called, drivers. Keep going, guys. Nobody's done. Samoji, you're the first one down with an 8 and 14. Tony, you're down with an 8 and 19. It's going to get interesting at the very end. First one at the top that has a chance. Brian, keep going, Brian. Keep going, Brian. You're live. You're live. Don't stop. Keep driving. Tony O'Boy and Jared Dockery are both done. So I think that was Dockery. Yep, good call there. Thank you. Fernari, 9 and 38.7. Sainer, 9 and 38.3. Cataldo, as of now, was slotted for the midfield of that. Let's see how that ends up. Cataldo done with a last lap, fast lap, 43-1 for the win. 9 and 37. Got a couple still alive. Cruz, Kyle, if he's not out, I think he might be, and Steininger. I think we're just waiting on Brian. Nope, there's Dale. He's finishing out with an 8 and 49. Brian going to come across with a 9 and 44. So Cataldo going to take the win at the very end. Sainer going to take the 2. Then Fernari,
The race is complete.
Cruz, Dockery, and that rounds out your top 5 for both this race and the round. Whew. All right. Well, I'll need everyone from that last one back out to Marshall. There's one back-to-back of Dawson Samoji at Stone 7. So, just going to say, keep that in mind, guys, for who are down there. Oh, he's already on the stones. Okay. Everyone else should be good to just come right on up then. I need all of my drivers from the last one back on out there. Zach, instead of going to cone 11, I'll need you at cone 10. That's front left. Thank you.
Zach Crop.
Cone 10 was Samoji's. And I know he's back to back. So that's open. I was going to say, if you guys can figure it out there, that works for me too. Cone 4 in the back right. That one should be Fernari, but... All right, hit the track, guys. I got my numbers. We're all good on that front. I have everybody going to a cone, so we'll be good. Little mix matched, but whatever.
Will Walker.
At least you're all out there, so I don't have to call people out. Remember, drivers, if you need to top off before the 6-minute run, I strongly encourage you to do it on this lap. Got you. Excuse me, sir, at cone 10, the bottom left by the long double. Can you hear me? I don't think you can. That's the problem with Nitros. Hey, Zach, can you tell this guy to step back 5 feet? Never mind. Davis is on it. You're good. Zach, you're good. We're talking about him. Thank you, Davis. All right. See a lot of people are coming in for fuel. Good. I'm not behind. That's great. Looks like we'll be starting off with, I think that's going to be Dawson. Yep. We're looking good to start with
Josh
him.
Andrews.
Got to check in from everybody except Owen and Toby. Oh, you're out. Thank you. So that's just Owen, and I don't know if he's been here today. So that all works out. That makes sense. All right, guys, when you cross the line, your time clock will start. This is race number 9. First of 3 heats for Expert Nitro Buggy. Appreciate the policing there, Brett. I saw the tail end of it, but that seemed like proper spacing. Who was that, anyways? Ah, it's Burns. Yep, that's a slow lap. 2 down, 4 to go. And let's see who's out in front. We got Drinks currently on a 9:38, Larry on a 9:44. Your top two on 9-lap paces. And less than 2 seconds apart. Both of them 44s last time around, too. So they're cooking early. You then got Burns and Walker. 3/10 between them. About 8 and 11 paces. And you got Josh Andrews in the number 5. He's currently trying to fend off Dawson Samoji. Andrews on an 8:21, Samoji on an 8:22. Zach in the number 7 on his 8:30. Roderick on an 8:42. Majority of the field on 8s. Larry going to drop down to an 8. So now Drink's the only one on that 9-lap pace. Well, it looks like he's starting to inch his way towards an 8-lapper as well. Maybe the track's starting to get slower. It's definitely the driest it's been all day, and that's still not that dry. But the dust is starting to form here and there. Heats him up on the backstretch, between the back doubles. Tony's on the way. Back doubles are cleared. I appreciate the hustle a lot there. I'm sure Drinks does too, because he didn't lose any time off of avoiding it. Thank goodness, because he is moving 43.4 last time around. Dropping his pace to a 9:38. With just over 2 minutes to go at this rate, might be a 9:34, 9:35 by the end. That'd be fun. Burns making some moves, dropping a 43 of his own. Going to put him up into the number 2 and onto a 9-lap pace. Larry still on the fence. He's on a 9:44, goes back to an 8 and 6 flat, back to the 9:44, and then now he's back down to that 8 and 6 flat. Walker and Andrews still on the same pace, just swapping places here and there. Zach getting a little bit more consistent, starting to put in a little bit of a charge for the field, starting to make up some spots. Looks like Roderick was out after 3, and then we got Samoji in the number 7. If I could ask for one singular volunteer for the next race, I appreciate it. I have a guy that I just haven't seen all day, so I kind of have to assume he won't be here to do the marshalling. So if anyone wants to help me out with some RC Karma, appreciate it. It's only one, and that would be for cone number 9. 410. Either one, and that's a really easy corner. 50 seconds to go. Up next will be race number 10. Expert 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy, heat 2 of 3. Ten seconds to go, guys. Remember, when you hear that tone, you're going to keep driving until I call your name. Samoji, you're done with an 8 and 35. Walker, done with an 8 and 26. Justin, done with a 9 and 35. Zach, you're done with an 8 and 22. Andrews, 821. Got. It should have been 2 cars still alive. Don't tell me it happened again. Larry, you're done with a 9 and 44, and I don't see a Burns. So that's going to be a race.
The race is completed.
Drinks is going to take the win and set the time to beat at a 9 and 35. Larry's going to take the 2. Alex Burns, the 3. Andrews 4. Zach, the 5. Rounding up the top 5 in that race. I'll need all 8 of you back out to Marshall. 1 volunteer. And if Toby's around, you work 10? And cone 10's the easiest, if you don't mind.
Jason Schreffler.
Unless you're... Nope, not there. See here, I got cones 3, 7, and 9, but I believe that's going to be Samoji will go to 7. Leaves me with 9 and 3. Drinks, I'll need you over on the right hand side by the step. Yep, you're already there. Perfect. And then 5. Hey Mark, could I have you go to cone 9 instead, and then we'll just be good with that. All right. Drivers, hit the track a while, get warmed up, get them checked in. Time to get racing. Remember, drivers, if you need to top them off, be sure to do it on this lap.
Colton Bernard.
That's why there's a bar there.
Henry. Tristan Klein. Matt Cataldo. Jared Dockery. Chris Klein. Brian Cruz.
I got a check-in from everybody except Mahakian. I don't see. We'll be going live off the next car to the line. Should be Colton. I was about to start talking about some paces, but it looks like Colton and Shref got together a little bit through the pseudo wall ride. That's not going to help either of them. They were 1 and 3. That might change. Let's give them a couple extra seconds to come across the line, see how that all shakes out. Nothing going to change in the order, just in the times. Shref going to be your leader on a 9 and 27. Henry on a 9 and 35. And then I was wrong. That put Colton down in the number 5 spot, which bumped Brian Cruz and Chris Klein up to the 3 and 4. Cruz on an 8 and 02. Klein on an 8 and 03. Flirting with that 9-lap pace. Fernari still is as well. He's on an 05. Then you got Dockery, Cataldo, and then Tristan Klein. Hot lap going to go to Schreffler, 41.9 on the second lap. So, like I was saying earlier, track definitely got faster. Never said anything else. Or it's the same. I'm pretty sure we saw a 40 in the last round, and who knows, it's E-Buggy could do it again. 3:15 down, 2:45 to go. Up next will be race number 11. Third and final heat of Expert Nitro Buggy. .145 left, 1:45 left. Not a ton to report. Shref still leading by a pretty decent margin. It's gotten shrunk down though just a little bit as Henry puts in his personal best of 43.5 last time around. Gap between him and Shref right now is 7.5 seconds. However, the real worry is that car in front of Colton Fernari is currently in the number 3, but he's just a couple seconds back from Henry. So your top 3 now all on 9s. Chris Klein is still trying to fight his way into a 9-lap pace. Should still be a good overall time to beat was a 9 and 35 set by Drinks in the first race. So if you want to get in that top 5, you do need that 9-lapper. Low 8s, maybe top 10 at the end of the rounds. Seconds to go, guys. Just over 20. Remember, when you hear that turn, you're going to keep going until I call your name. Colton Fernari was done at the line with an 8 and 01. Everyone else is still alive. If everyone wants to help me out on the next race, I do need a volunteer or two. Looks like it's going to be 2. Brian Cruz, you're done with an 8 and 05. Schreff, you're done with a 9 and 24. Dockery, done with an 8 and 12. James and Matt Cataldo done. James with a 9 and 32. Cataldo with a 9 and 13. It looks like Tristan's car shut off somewhere before he could complete the lap. So that's going to be the race.
The race is completed.
Shreff going to take that one and reset the TQ to a 9 and 24. James Henry's going to take the 2. Colton Pernari the 3. Brian Cruz the 4. Dockery the 5. That rounds out the top 5 in that race. Need all of you then back out to Marshall. I had 8 in that last one. I need 2 volunteers to make sure this show, as per usual, it's 9 10 cones. The 2 easiest.
Davis Taylor.
Oh, Mahkin's going to help me out. Sweet. See, I'm missing a cones 2 and 6. That'll be Cataldo and Chris Klein, each of those respectively. See, Chris is working his way out there. Cataldo's a good dude. He's on his way. So, guys, hit the track a while. Get him warmed up. Track is good. Track is good. Remember, drivers, if you need to top them off, be sure to do it on this lap. Ah, earmuffs. Okay. Just really confused there.
Greg Harmer. David Harvey. Brett Butler. Kyle Lloyd. Thomas Kaufman. Gavin Nipple. Tony O'Boy.
Check-ins from everybody, so we're looking good on that front. All right, I think we're good. There's a wreck by Cone 9, which should have been James Henry. We think might be a Cone 10. Okay, I think he is. We'll be going live off the next part of the line, which looks like Ethan. Always in the fast heat, they choose to wait a very long time. Gavin Nipple with a flame out. Shane to the rescue. Shane, hold it really high. Hold it really high. Okay. Gavin, that was the wrong pipe to hop. Gavin, Flame out in the front stretch for Ethan Mechanic. J-Mac. Ethan's flamed out. Okay. All right, 2 down, 4 to go. Everyone's got their second laps in. Okay, yeah, that looks right. So you just got to give the computer a little bit of time to adjust on its own. But it should be Brett Butter in the number 1 on a 9:31. Harmer in the number 2 on a 32. Harvey in the 3 on a 33. So your top 3 separated by just about 3 seconds. Then you got Lloyd, Kaufman, Taylor, Tony, Cowboy, and Gavin. Hot lap's going to be 42.9 from Kyle Lloyd all the way down to 5th place. Last time around laying down that heater. Starting out slow but picking it up as he gets into a groove. See how many spots he can make up with the early retirement of Ethan Mechanic. We need somebody here who could get a TQ for round 3. And if that happens, the net positive of 2 points instead of the traditional 1. So let's see who's going to get it. Brett and Harmer are the 2 currently going at it. Brett laying down a 42 last time around. That's going to help him out. He's got a second gap to Harmer. Then you got Harvey now in the number 3 still. 2.5 seconds back. And you got Lloyd who's only 2/10 back. Heater did a wonder. See if he can put down another 42. He's got Thomas right behind him, trying to hold him off. Your top 5 are on 9-lap paces. Davis Taylor then in the 6, flirting with it on an 8 and 6 flat. And Tony on an 8 and 602. He's flirting with that 9-lapper. Then you got Cowboy on an 8 and 21, and then Nipple on a 7 and 40. .135 to go. Up next will be race number 12, heat 1 of 2 for intermediate electric buggy. So let's see here. Time to beat was a 9 and 24 set by Shrep in the last race. Closest one to beating that time is looking like Harmer at a 9:29. Good news for Shrep then. He needed it. Harmer did put down a steamer last time around, 42.7. Put in 1 or 2 more of those. Might be able to put in a little bit of a charge for Shrep's TQ. That's the red, white, and blue Mr. America. Puts down another 42, inching it. He's got Butter right behind him, 9/10 back. Then looking like Lloyd Harvey. Lloyd now up into the 3. He's on that recovery mission. He knows how to do it. Let's take a look at the overalls. Majority of them are fighting it out for the 2nd through 6th spots of the overall round. So 10 seconds ago, drivers, remember, Then you're going to keep going until I call your name after you hear that tone. Davis Taylor, you're the first one down with an 8 and 6 flat. Cowboy, you're done with an 8 and 16. Tony, you're done with an 8 and 04. Harvey, you're done with a 9 and 33. Harmer done with a 9 and 28. Lloyd, 9 and 36. Yeah, looks like 3 cars still alive. 3 cars still alive then. Brett done with a 9 and 31. Thomas with a 9 and 42. And then we got Gavin Nipple. He's working his way through the right-hand side now. Now the center. Klein's getting ready for him in this corner. And Nipple, you're done with an 8 and 30. Maybe top 10 at the end of the rounds. All right. That's a race.
The race is completed.
Come on up then. It'll be Harmer taking the win. Unfortunately, not the TQ. That's going to go to Schreff. Let's just go through the top 10 for the round 3. That's going to be Schreffler, Harmer, Butter, Henry, Harvey, Drinks, Kyle, Thomas, Larry, and Burns. Not bad. Lucky him. In that race, though, went Harmer, Butter, Harvey, Loy, and Kaufman. I'll need all the drivers in that last one back on out there. Could use a little help on cone 3 in this race. Only cone 3.
I need a volunteer for cone 3 because, well, I'm up here now. Need a volunteer for cone 3 because somebody's got to call the race. And cone 9 belongs to Tony. Oh, he's near it. He's on his way. All right, so just one volunteer for me then. Please? Pretty please. I'll give you my super secret setup if you marshal my cone. Thanks, Jeremy. Track's open.
Dawson S. Emoji. Brent Morgan. Chance Swartz. Dennis Brew. Mac Messner. Joe DeGirolamo. Ricky Mazganti. Jeremy Kipp. Kenny Jeffries. Patrick Colligan. Kurt Messner.
All right, watching the valley, watching the valley. Caution down into the valley, caution down into the valley. Caution down into the valley. Good job checking up, guys. Good decisions were made, and we're clear. Drivers, when you hit that line, your 6 minutes begins. Thanks for the checkup, Dawson. Got a little distracted by upside down cars in the back. Almost didn't hit the tone in time, but we're good because Dawson had good situational awareness and saved me. Now we get to watch him probably do the triple every lap. Except for this lap. That's good situational awareness too, knowing that your run-up wasn't perfect and bailing out of it. That's good. Oh, Kenny and Ricky just going to touch midair. And Ricky's going to lose a couple seconds, so will Kenny. Kenny waited even though it wasn't his fault, but Kenny's a nice guy. I'm not saying it was Ricky's fault either. It's just a thing that happens when two cars fly through the air next to each other. Lap ones are rolling in here. Dennis going to drop a 47, first time by. Pretty strong start there. I'll watch there after the step off. And we are clear. Lap 2 is rolling in for most everybody here. We'll let just a couple more get across and have a look at our order here. It's going to be Dennis Brew out front. Dennis is 1 second up on Tim, who's a 10th up on Mac, who's a 10th up on Ricky, who's 4/10 up on Dawson. Joe, Kurt, and Kenny, your top 8 on 8s right now. Chance, Brent, Jeremy, and Patrick all on 7s. Chance and Brent on really low 7s, though. Those two could definitely get to 8s. Kenny with a Stanley Steamer to move up the order there. A 45.2 for Kenny. Going to jump him 3 or 4 spots there. That's the hot lap of the race by well over a second. Watching the bank turn there, and they're trying to sort it out, but it ends poorly for both. It was a good attempt, though. Track has certainly changed here in round 3 as we actually start to get a little bit of blue groove in action, and there's something resembling grip. Track getting good, and I think it'll just continue to get more gooder tomorrow. I went a second faster, and I certainly did not drive a second better, so it's getting some speed to it now. That'll work. All right, 4 laps in, 5 for some of your leaders. Tim out front. Tim now 7 seconds up on Kenny into the 2 spot now. This is a much needed result for Ken if he can keep it going. He was sitting way down towards the bottom, but now he'll put himself likely in a very good position to bump. If he throws down a couple more 45s, maybe, just maybe he'll even make the show, but we're taking best 2 out of 3. So I think the best he can hope for is to be towards the beginning of the B, but right now, he's doing it, doing what he needs to do. Kenny turned on the Afterburners intense scale this round, trying to do it again here in intermediate, but he'll get himself hung up on the pipe there. Brett hustling over. I guess Brett unpulled his hamstring. Bit of a longer lap for Dennis there. Kenny had fallen out of the second spot, but now he will re-inherit it. Kenny 1.5 up on Kurt, who's 1.5 up on Dennis in that battle for 2nd through 4th, as Tim continues to pull away here and set a pretty good time to beat, an 8 and 16. I think that'll end up being a top 10 run for you if you can keep it going. Oh, Kenny just falling over off the stairs there. But he's got lots of open track in front of him, and that's because we got a freight train going through the right side right now. Brent is leading the freight train on the track. On the clock, Ricky is. Ricky, Brent, and Mac tight together here as we get down to the end, as is Chance and Dawson. And drivers, you're going to keep going till your name's called. Brent, you are done a 7-01. Chance, you are done a 7-06. Dawson, you are done a 7-14. Mac, you are done a 7 flat. Tim, you are done an 8-17. Ricky, you are done a 7-01. I got 5 cars live, and you're all racing to the line. Kenny power sliding to the line. He'll get it done with an 8-28. That might move him back into second here with a good last lap. Can Kurt or Dennis respond? Dennis going to finish an 8-33. Patrick a 7-22. 2 cars live. 2 cars live. Jeremy, where are you going? They're still racing right next to you. Nah, he's out of here. Kurt, you were done an 8-31. Joe, you were done an 8-46, and that is a race. Tim going to set the time to beat at an 8-6-17. Kenny going to get a much-needed second here in this heat. We'll see where that run will land him in the overall. Kurt going to finish third, Dennis 4, Joe 5, then Mac, Brent, Ricky, Chance, Dawson, and Patrick. And Dennis Brew, hot lap of the race, 45.1. Kenny and Tim into the 45s as well. Race number 13, heat 2 of 2 for intermediate E-Boogie. Need the drivers from that last one back out to Marshall, and if they all go out there, then we'll be good. Seeing quite a variety of tires popping up here. We got some blue groove, some dust layer. It's a little confusing, isn't it? Looks like we got some micro pins from Matt. Those kind of look like zips from here for Don. Got chain links for Shane. Ezra's going to do the suburbs. That sounds like a good call. I feel like Ezra and Don are probably the only people in the U.S. who still own a pair of suburbs, but if you got them, burn them up. And we're looking good. Driver's track's open.
Don Hillard, Shane Locks, Gordon Miller, Xander Niemond, Glug, Brian Derochers, Landon Schellenberger, Blaze Malinowski, Isaac Niemond, Quinton Bartow, Andrew De Girolamo, Frank Henry.
All right, drivers, next time you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. Looks like we're going live on Matt. Don's going to pace him. Caution in the back doubles, caution in the back doubles, and he's on his wheels. We're good, we're good. Caution going down the hill then. Separate incident. And that's all clear as well, all clear. One more coming down the hill. Dennis tries to catch it. He's a brave man, and we're all clear again. Lap 1's in the book here. Frank Henry comes out flying. 44 his first time around. Frank looking to move way up the order here. He's going to have to work through the field, though, for the kind of run that he's on right now. So when you see that fluorescent yellow Losi coming up to you, never mind. Frank going to fall off the stairs, and now the pack gets to breathe. Be a couple laps till Frank bears down on them again. Quentin and Don and Matt Adams, those three all have so much clear track ahead of them. Let's see if all three of them can make use of it. Quentin says, who needs clear track when there's a perfectly good pipe to hit right over there? Don Hillard now leading after Frank going to have that incident on the stairs. But I'm going to hold up on the order here for a second because I think some guys might move up and down here based on the lap I'm seeing, and a whole freight train of cars coming across. Okay, it's going to be Don Hillard out front on an 8 and 6 flat. Girolamo on an 8 and 07. Then the freight train. DeRochers, Henry, Miller, Gloop, Schellenberger, Neiman, all tight together. That's Isaac Neiman. Then Adams, Bartow, Laux, and then Xander Neiman and Malinowski all tight together. So lots of battles going on here in intermediate. .350 down, 2:10 to go. Don with a 5-second lead over Andrew. Andrew has 3.5 over Frank. Frank now to the front of the freight train. Can he pull away from it? But on track, he's got a freight train in front of him. So again, Frank in the fluorescent yellow. He'll be coming up on some of you. Let's see where Don is at right now. Don's coming up on Quentin. Don's been enjoying clear track for much of this run, and after he gets by Quentin, he'll have a little bit of it before he gets to Landon. But then maybe by the end of this race, Don will have to start dealing with some traffic. But if that traffic keeps it flowing pretty smooth, he might not have to deal with it at all this run. Oh, caution in the back doubles, in the back doubles, in the back doubles. Look out, Shane, look out, Shane. All clear, all clear. Good job, guys, good job. Good marshalling, good driving. So that hot lap set by Frank in a 44. He's dropped that to a 44.3, and Girolamo down to a 44.3 as well. 45 seconds left in this heat here. The time to beat was an 8 and 6:17 set by Tim Vals. Right now, your top three are better than it, so Tim might be looking at a 4 for the round. That'd be a pretty sweet result. Watch the back doubles. It looks like that's sorting itself out, and we are all clear. Good driving. Coming down towards the end of this one, DeGirolamo drops a new hot lap, 44.1, and he will take over the lead as Don puts in a 48. So now DeGirolamo about 8/10 up on Don. Frank 6 seconds out of that battle right now. And it looks like Don's going to get kind of lucky with the traffic, and that the two cars that he might catch take each other out, but it's not going to matter. Don is done at the line in 8 and 02.5, and now it's up to DeGirolamo. What's he going to run here in the last lap? It ought to be close. Drivers keep going to your names called. Only Don is done. Only Don is done. Andrew DeGirolamo, you are done in 8 and 03, so Don able to take round 3 as well. Gordon, you were done a 7 and 11, and it looks like you had a missed lap there. Come see me about that. Matt Adams, you're done an 8 and 26. DeRocher's an 8 and 20. Isaac Neiman an 8 and 24. Shane Laux an 8 and 32. Frank Henry an 8 and 09. Still got 5 more. Xander Neiman an 8 and 37. Gloop an 8 and 29. Bartow an 8 and 26.
All drivers are
And Blaze
finished.
an 8 and 49.
The race is complete.
That's a race, drivers. That's a race. And after correcting Gordon's lap, he'll slide into 4th for the round, or for the round. So Hillard, DeGirolamo, Henry, and Miller, your top 4 going better than the old TQ. Then it was DeRocher's, Isaac Neiman, Adams, Bartow, Schellenberger, Gloop, Shane Laux, Xander Neiman, and Blaze Malinowski. The entire field once again finishing on 8-lap paces. And I don't know if this is the thing that is normal to commend the racers for, but I want to do it anyway. I feel like this year, and especially this event in general, it just doesn't feel like anyone's sandbagging an intermediate. It feels like you've done a really good job of kind of knowing where the line is and self-policing, and it's super competitive the whole way through the field, and that's how it ought to be. So thanks for policing that yourselves so that we don't have to have any awkward conversations with you. And once we get those drivers to their cones, which is happening pretty quickly here, then we will be able to go live. Just let them get across the lanes. All right, drivers, track's open.
Ezra Corrick. Justin Drinks. Paul Corrick. Chris Klein.
Just 2 more heats left in qualifying here today. And it looks like this one will go live off of Colton. So drivers, the next time you hit that line, your 6 minutes will begin. Let's set a good time to beat for those fast guys in the next one. Lap 2 is rolling in here. It's going to be Justin Drinks out to a good start. Couple of 43s for Nari. Just half a tenth back. Mahaki in 3/10 back. Cork 5/10 off that. Lloyd 3/10 off that. Top 5 on 9s right now. Klein going to move on to a 9 as well. Henry came out swinging with a pretty hot first lap, but going to have some unfortunate stuff at the stairs, just rolling over when you have no idea what you did different than the lap before. Right now, Drinks and Fernari swapping the 1 and 2 spots. Drinks in that awkward spot right now where he's first and or second at any given time, but the guy behind him might be a little quicker. I'm going to keep my hands out of that one and just trust that you guys will sort it out. Well, that's one way. So Henry able to clear Drinks here. We'll see if he can put a charge in. Fernari charging that time by 43.2, new hot lap of the race. So Fernari opened up the 44 flat and has dropped 43s the past 3 times by. Now Henry will take the hot lap at a 43 flat. First through 6th is a 3-second gap right now. Fernari, Mahaki, and Drinks, Cork, Klein, and Henry all pretty much doing the same right now. It's all very close in this one. As lap 4s roll in, it's going to stay that way. Nothing changed. Fernari going to reclaim the hot lap at a 43 flatter. There's already a 43 flat, but this one's flatter. Now Henry going to go 42.8. Drinks going to go 42.3. Mahaki going to go into the 42s. Everybody getting quicker here. Now as we're past the halfway point, it looks like Drinks might be quicker than Henry. So definitely one of those heats where like you just can't get away from the guy next to you because you are the same pace. What are you going to do? Fernari, most consistent one out there so far. Six laps in here, minute 10 left to go. Fernari, Mahaki, and Drinks 1, 2, and 3 is a 1-second gap. Then Cork, Klein, Henry equally close. Another good lap for Colton, not making any mistakes here. Mahaki and Stain within a second of him for now. And Drinks just half a second back from Chris. And Cork and Klein staying pretty close together here, just half a second apart. "20 seconds left to go. Race 15, you ought to be on the blocks. Race 15, you need to be on the blocks. You are up here in about a minute. Just 10 seconds left to go in this one. Drinks is the owner of the hot lap of the race right now, and he is 3/10 back from Chris Mahaki and in front of him. Can he lay down another heater? Ooh, getting that rear high thing over the big double. I think I see the spot on the lip that causes it, but it's right where you kind of want to be in the line. Work with him, Paul. Work with him. Thank you. Drivers keep going till your name's called. Drivers keep going till your name is called. Colton, you are done a 9 and 30. It's going to take a heater from Mahaki to challenge that. Drinks a 9 and 32. Mahaki a 9 and 32. It counted. It counted. Paul an 8 and 31. 2 cars live. Get those 2 out of the way. 2 cars coming to the line. Ezra a 9 and 37. And just Klein still live. Just Klein still live.
All drivers are finished.
And that is a race.
The race is completed.
Had 8 drivers in that last race, so I'll need 2 volunteers. 8 drivers in that last one, so just 2 volunteers. 2 volunteer marshals, and then we'll be able to wrap up our day of qualifying here at a very reasonable time.
Ethan McConaughey.
Do you remember at the cancer race when we busted butt for like 16 hours just to get done by 1 a.m.? I like this more. As are your cone 6, dead center. So we got Ezra heading towards 6. 7 is open, which is Henry, and then I'll need volunteers for 9 and 10. So Henry should be at cone 7, and then volunteers for 9 and 10. Henry, you're back left. Back that away. All right, and then I got a volunteer for 10. So if somebody could just grab cone 9, and then we'll wrap up our day of quals. All right, drivers, track's open. Thanks, Zach.
Brett Butler. Alex Burns. Colin Morse.
I think
David
that's,
Harvey.
yeah, it's Quentin down there on 10. Look at that, pitting for some nut job, running 4 classes, racing himself, finding
Ring.
time to volunteer marshal. What a guy.
Ryan Lutz.
Okay, drivers, when you hit that line, your 6 minutes begins. Time to beat was a 9 and 6:30. Caution off the step off, caution off the step off, and clear. Lap twos are in, and Ryan Lutz out front on a 9 and 14. 8/10 up on Harmer on a 9 and 18. Mechanics on a 9 and 22. Butters on a 9 and 27. Rinky a 9 and 28. Morris a 9 and 33. Nipple and Harvey both 9 and 40s. And Burns an 8 and 18. Lutz has the hot lap at 41.2. Emac going to move to the 2 spot with a 41.6. Harmer's got a 41.8. So your top 3 into the 41s for heaters. Oh, Ethan did not get a good run up the hill, and he goes for the triple anyway. It's going to bite him hard. Three laps in. Just let him get across the line again here, since I know there was a couple bobbles this time around that should shake up the order. It's going to put Harmer back to the 2 spot, Mechanic down to 3, and he'll stay just ahead of Rinky and Butter. Rinky and Butter just 2/10 apart, make that 5/10 now. .7 across the line that time for Ryan Lutz. You know, somebody looked at me really weird this morning for running typos, and somebody just ran a 40.7 on typos, so don't look at me weird next time. Lutz opening up the gap over Mechanic now, up to 5 seconds as Mechanic and Harmer continue to swap for that second position. Harmer had a 43, which is a lap most of us would be happy with, but in this case it's going to cost him a spot. Tire choice absolutely paramount for this heat. Is about a quarter of the track is in shade. An eighth of the track is drying out. Half the track has a blue groove. And that blue groove half has a dust layer. Very confusing conditions. Six laps in here. Lutz up to 7.5 seconds up over Ethan now. Ethan's got 7/10 on Harmer. Then 3 seconds back to Butter and Rinky. Nose to tail on the clock. Then Morse, then Nipple and Harvey, then Burns. Burns just needs to finish fairly strong here. He's on an 8 flat right now. If he keeps it together, then we should have everybody finishing on a 9-lap pace, which would be pretty cool. Time to beat was a 9 and 30 from Colton. Right now your top 5 are beating it, so Colton might be looking at a 6 for the round here in round 3. A solid result in a field like this. Colton might be young, but some of us had the privilege of watching him out-duel Chicky for a bump spot at CRC. So we know what the future could look like here. Could he end up with the top 5 for the round here? It looks likely. Drivers, keep going until your name is called. Nobody's done quite yet. Everybody's on a 9-lapper, and everybody's live. Greg Harmer, you are done a 9 and 23. Can Mechanic stay ahead of him? No, Mechanic, you're done a 9 and 24. Lutz, you are done with a 9 and 09 and a new hot lap 40.4 3 laps ago. Morris, you're done a 9 and 36. Butter, you're done a 9 and 31. Rinky, you're done a 9 and 29. Nipple, you're done a 9 and 39. 2 more cars coming. Harvey, you are done a 9 and 42,
All drivers are
and
finished.
Burns a 9 and 39.
The race is completed.
So it's going to be Lutz, Harmer, Mechanic, and Rinke, your top 4. Colton going to slot into the 5th position there. Then Butter going to go 5th in the heat and 6th overall. Then Morse going to go 6th in the heat, 9th overall. And then Burns, Nipple, and Harvey, everybody finishes on a 9-lap pace. That's going to do it for qualifying here at the Halloween race. We'll have your main sheets and a start time out here within the next half hour. Taco Truck is here, and so is Harry. So we got options for good grub. The track is closed for today. We are going to do some work on it, get the moisture content just perfect. Once we decide our start time, we'll let you know about some possible practice in the morning. Something tells me that we might have time to make that happen. So stay tuned for some announcements. Hang out, eat, drink water, and be merry. And I'll let you know when those main sheets are out and when we have a start time and a plan.
Okay, guys, if I can get you guys to kind of gather down around the podium, we have a couple things to have happen. We are going to choose the best decorated pit and the best costume. So anyone that has costumes or pit, and we're also going to do our scavenger hunt. So we can just get everyone to kind of gather around down by the podium. We'll get this all kicked off in the next 5 minutes. So for both the costume contest and the spookiest pit, that is going to be decided by applause and by cheering. So again, if you guys could gather down here, then we can take a vote in that way, especially if you're going for it. Come on down. We'll kick everything off with the RC scavenger hunt. So any of my kids, if you guys want to compete in the scavenger hunt, come on forward. We're going to get that started in just a couple minutes. So all my kiddos, if you want to win a really cool skeleton necklace, come and participate in a really fun RC scavenger hunt right now. Jonathan Willow, are you coming to do the RC scavenger hunt? Come on, I got no kids. You could win. Okay. We have up to the ante to the winner of the RC scavenger hunt. You will get an order of donuts from the donut truck from Davis Taylor. So winner of the RC scavenger hunt, not only getting this amazing prize, but you're also getting donuts of your choice at the Sparky's Mini Donut Truck. You're going to want to participate now. For Narnie children, can you hear me? For Narnie children, the children of the Fernarnies. Do you guys want to do an RC scavenger hunt? Come on over. RC scavenger hunt just for you. You can win donuts. This is last call for the scavenger hunt. I'm going to hand out the sheets right now. So if you want to win some donuts, here we go. Okay, as soon as our scavenger hunt is done, we are going to do voting for the best pit and the best costume. So if you would like to enter yourself in either the best pit decorated or the costume, you should make your way down to the podium. We are going to hand out those awards and take some pictures down at the podium. So if you're in the running, come on down. we officially have a winner of the RC scavenger hunt, Adeline Muma. Okay, moving on to our costume contest. If I can have everyone that is participating in the costume contest to line up in front of the podium. Of course. Oh, Michelle made it just in time. So if you are participating in the costume contest, and then we are going to choose our winner by applause. So I would love it if you'd all come forward and help us choose our winner. Chantel, can you come over in front of the podium? I want to take a picture. Too bad. Okay. Are these? So anyone that wants to participate in the costume contest. Okay, so we have we are waiting for a couple more participants. So if anybody wants to get their costumes on, we have some time. Go ahead and get yourself dressed and come on over and line up for the costume contest. Okay, well, we're waiting for our costume contest. Let's go ahead and start working on deciding our spookiest pit. So it does not actually have to be the spookiest. It's all about being the fan favorite. So if anybody has a pit they want to throw into the ring to run for best pit, go ahead and just throw out a name you're going to call the pit that we can use to vote. Okay, so turn 2. We're going to have turn 2 as one of the pits. They are obviously over at turn 2, and they have an excellent pit. Any other pits running? The Samoji pits. So we've got the Samoji pits up front here. Are there anyone else in the running for best hit? There were some great decorations in the back. We also, the taco truck is now open, so if you're not coming up for this spookiest pit, you should come up for the tacos. One more. Okay, we've got one more costume contest coming. Oh, the bee is buzzing on over. Right, watch out. I don't see a stinger. Okay, we are going to narrow down our selection by voting. We're going to be voting by applause. So if you want someone to continue to the next round, you got to applause it. So up first, we have Belle. Good job. After Belle, we have Minnie Mouse. Thing 1 and Thing 2. The Wiener Dog. The Angel. Oh. The Bumblebee. The Donut Eater. And Spider-Man. Okay, you guys gotta help me. I can't remember. Who do you think were our strongest 3? We'll have them step forward. Who are our strongest 3? Angel was definitely one. She's got to step forward. Go ahead, step forward. Angelina. Perfect. Angelina the Angel. Of course. Okay, Wiener Dog. We got to vote for the Wiener Dog. Go ahead and step forward. Is it the Bumblebee? Bumblebee, step forward. Okay. Now we gotta really turn it up. I gotta be able to hear you guys yelling. I mean, I gotta know. You gotta make it decisive. So let's start with the Wiener Dog. Let's hear for the Wiener Dog. Ooh. Hey. That's loud. Okay. Let's hear for the Angel. Yeah, that was really close. If we want the Bumblebee to win, we got to get louder, folks, because this is just too even. Okay, so let's hear for the Bumblebee. I need to consult with my judging panel. How did it sound? Who do you believe is our winner? Our judging panel says best costume goes to the Bumblebee. Congratulations. We've got a winner. I'd like everyone to stay for a picture because you're all winners for dressing up. applause for all of our costumes. Great job, guys.
I
I love the effort. Oh, wait, take a picture with Belle. A couple princesses. Perfect. What do you say? Are you the runner of like? Yes. Okay, so we're the pit in the back. Awesome. The one by the oval? Yeah. Okay.
So
we have a third. So guys, stay tight because we have got to choose our spookiest pit. We have a third one in the running. So we've got turn 2 over here. We've got some emojis over here. And we have the pit that is directly behind the oval. Did you guys all see that when we were trick-or-treating? So directly behind the oval, there's a trailer and a pit. It was pretty spooky. So we're going to do it by applause. Is my judging panel ready? Hunter, talking to you. Judging panel. Okay, she's going to go check out the pits. She's going to be helping us with the judging. Give her a minute. I know, it's been a long day for the decorations. I get it. That's fine. They're honestly all winners because of all the effort. Okay? Yes. Thank you for the applause. Good job, Spider-Man. How's it smell? I don't think she realized she was just judging the applause. That's okay. Totally. Okay, Hunter, I'm turning the Jeopardy music back on. Okay, we're just waiting for our judge to return. Come on, Hunter, we're calling on you, girl. Okay, she has made it back. She is, she's thinking it over. It was a hard decision. She is impartial. She is not friends with any of the people. No one likes her. So she's new. So she's completely impartial. So, Hunter, who wins the 14th annual Halloween race, Spookiest Pit?
The Schmojis.
Oh, geez, we've got a winner. Congratulations. What was the thing that made this the spookiest pit?
I think the creepy babies on the table really got me.
Did you see the moving Halloween character over at Turn 2?
Yes. Everything over at Turn 2 is beautiful. Pumpkins deflated a little bit, but still look very nice.
And what about the oval spooky pit? Tell me your favorite thing over there.
The moms. The moms are really pretty.
Great job to all the decorators here at LCRC. It is time to hang out and have fun. This is Pit Party 2.0. Come have some tacos and hang out and have a wonderful time with your friends.
All right, racers, heat sheets are live on Live RC, and they're coming down the stairs right now. Tomorrow morning will be open practice from 8 to 10 a.m., open practice from 8 to 10 a.m., and we go racing at 10:29. Again, open practice 8 to 10 a.m., racing at 10:29. Heat sheets are posted.